Welcome back. I'm gonna get some revenge on Yama after the attempt that I had on fighting Yama on the day of release didn't really go as well as I'd hoped. But then again, it was a brand new boss, and to be honest, there was a lot of bugs on release that I do feel probably should have been solved. One of the hilarious ones that I'm not convinced that it's solved now, but is really frustrating to me, is one called Shadow Dancer, where you have to avoid all the damage from the shadow attacks. The problem is, they've set it up in such a way that unless I'm an absolute moron, or unless there's maybe one singular game tick where it's possible, it's not possible to do it on a single player run. So you actually do need enough DPS from a duo to never get to a certain part in the Enrage phase of it in order to be able to get Shadow Dancer, because I've noticed that no matter how hard I try, that's the one spot that I lose the combat achievement at. That aside, got a little bit more than 1 KC this time, or 0 KC, or whatever we ended that stream at. There it is. So, provided I don't forget what I'm doing here somehow, we should be all fine. Mark of Darkness, summon a Thrall. Not entirely convinced why I have him marked while he's in his chair, but that's fine. We're on the right one to be on Prey Mage. We hit basically nothing with the eyeball staff, so that's a little unfortunate. And we maxed out at 67, so it's my opinion that you probably don't even really need to worry that much about Augury. Like, if you really want to, like, slow flick it like that, you can. It changes my max hit by 2. I don't know. There's something about it. Maybe it's really good with the shadow or something, or maybe there's a context where it's good. Maybe it's good against enemies with high magic defense, which Yama isn't particularly. But it just feels a little weak compared to the other offensive prayers. So we don't have a spec for the first one, unfortunately. I should actually have hit Death Charge before that, but that's fine. But we have enough time to get through that before we take damage, and because we spec'd that last one, we get the slightly faster hit. I don't need to move at all. There we go. Probably should Thrall again. One of these days I'll do a bunch of combat achievements and get the double Thrall time, but that day hasn't come yet. Oop, too late. So we should be just about through the first phase. Oh, way too early. What am I doing? It's kind of counting on getting phased through that, if I'm being completely honest, but I've noticed Yama's got this really annoying feature where sometimes it phases where you think it will, and sometimes it just straight up doesn't. Oops. Walk, you bastard. And then round 2, try to land a hit so that it stops moving. Resummon the Thrall, probably don't need that on, and switch to range. It's actually amazing to me how chill this fight is until the last phase. And at that point, all hell breaks loose. Not where I want to be. Do I get there in time? I do. This feels like such a long fight. Like this is the time that I actually have to step on this glyph, isn't it? No, we got orbs again. This time we do have spec, so that makes us a little faster. Hmm. 50%. We are having a very slow one this time. I haven't quite figured out how to avoid all the damage here. I don't know if you can walk through that wave. Whoops, wrong prayer. On this tile, but I think it's just kind of a bad luck thing on my part. Sometimes I'll make it through there, but 9 times out of 10. At least one of them hits me. So we need like maybe 2 good hits, 3 good hits, something like that, and we should be through here. Just very low chance that it gets to the red glyph, so I'm going to eat a little bit now. And I'm just going to take that actually. Oh, that's unfortunate. So we get across... Oh, we did get across both of them that time. And we're phased. So like an example of why I just don't even bother with offensive prayers on Yama anymore. Augury adds 2 to my max hit. My current melee max hit is a 28, I think, and it's a 35 if I put on Piety. Just feels like such a waste. I do leave it on for the whole part of the last part of the fight though, because frankly the sooner we're through this the better. So here's the fun part. See how many of the shadow flares I can dodge. So far I've still got... Oops, there goes Shadow Dancer, because I missed the prayer flick. So it always switches back and forth, so this attack on the second orbs, it's going to do a range attack right about now. So now we switch to Mage for the next one, which it unfortunately does while we've got to run through this bullshit. The next will be range, then Mage. Uh-oh. That was the range attack, so the mage one's going to hit here. So this is the part right here where if I still hadn't screwed up the shadow flares... Uh-oh. Yeah, no, we're just having a bit of a time here, don't mind me. So what you're supposed to do is run through that and not get blasted, but if I hadn't have messed up the shadow flares, that part where it does the waves and the orbs at the same time, I'm just really not sure how to get through that without planking. It's kind of a lot, you know? See if I can do it right this time, or if it even matters. That's what I was trying to do the last time. Except for the off-prayer hit that I took, but it doesn't matter because we're going to go to the pool at the end anyway, and that's a 7-minute Yama. So hilariously, it uses 100k per kill in soul runes to fight Yama, basically. Plus a prey pot and a half and a little bit of food, so maybe 150k. But at the same time, it's a 1 in 200. I think it's a 1 in 120 to hit the table that has Oathplate on it, and I've hit that table 4 times so far, so I can't really be too mad about it. I mean, 2 of them were Soul Flame Horns, but still. That could have been 4 Oathplate. Well, I guess 3, because 1 was from a lockbox, but... I also have not gotten the contract of Oathplate acquisition just yet from a lockbox. The most recent one that I got was the contract of Oathplate shard acquisition. I think it was 6 mil. Did a bit of foraging. Yep, 6 mil. But if you get the Oathplate contract, I think they're around 50. Anyway, we'll recast this. I'm gonna Thrall, get ready with the Eyeball Staff, double spec at the start, and hope for some big hits. Basically a magical BGS, that's at least a hit, but it's not a good one. And that's a straight miss, so I'm gonna be that guy. Where this is like a 6 to 8 minute fight, and I'm 100% going to Ornate Rejuve Pool, Fairy Ring DJR, and walk myself right on back there. I'm not sure what that agility shortcut requires, but I've never been upset that I trained agility in this game. I'm only upset that I still need to train it for a couple of other things. Okay, we still have Mark of Darkness. I think I even maybe still have a Thrall. I'm not entirely sure how that works here. I did not hit the spec button though, and we're on the wrong prayer. Okay, we got a complete whiff and... what was it, a 17? Whatever. So the issue is, whichever style of attack you're using when you attack Yama dictates what Yama's defenses are. So if you've attacked it with Mage, it does stop Yama from moving, but it also gives it plus 60 magic defense. Okay, we're a little bit slow on this, so that's going to be a bit of an issue. Throw this on for the hell of it, just in case I actually get there in time. That might hit me. Okay, it hit me, but it hit me for a 0, so I'm not really sure how that works. I think we're basically on the last plausible tick to hit that. And if you're ever not sure what to pray, it's just if you're on the near the orange tile and you're about to have to step onto that to avoid fire damage, then you should be praying range. If you're about to step on a purple tile, you should be praying Mage. If you're ever completely goddamn lost, just look at Yama. That little fire attack is Mage, and it does kind of a smoke snap thing that does venom to you as well when it does its range attack. Should start doing it. No, I've bored him. Here we go. I was gonna say it'll start doing it now, but I was a little bit too high on the DPS there. And apparently shit at clicking through this, but I at least only got hit by one of those. Whatever. This is why you pre-pot. So I'm sure there's a way to make both of the fireballs hit this thing safely. I've been too lazy to do that. This seems nice and easy. You just switch to Mage and step under every other one. And whatever glyphs are on the northern side of the room right by the throne are always the first ones you're going to need. So if those two are orange, then pray range and start running towards one of them, because in 3 attacks, you're probably going to get overhead meatballed. So we just chill out for a while. I'm not even going to bother with the offensive prayers. Is this... yeah, this is going to be orbs again by the looks of it. Yep, so I'm going to have to step through all this BS, and I messed up that one. That's fine. Because we have enough spec that we can speed up this attack. Oh shit. Didn't mean to do that. We might be okay, I'm not honestly sure. I'll cast Ward of Arceus just to take away 10% of the damage in case it does hit me. But it didn't. come on. That was really close. Somewhere around 35% it should kick me out into the area with the Judge of Yama again. We'll probably have to step on this and get the waves, yep. Oh, meatballed me. Got through one wave. And do we have to step through this? We do. I'm not walking to that glyph, so... Anytime now, Yama. Alright, final round again. See how we do in the Enrage phase this time, so... I'll cast Ward of Arceus just for the hell of it. It's starting with the Mage attack, and I was looking in the wrong place, oops. So that's going to be the range attack, and then the Mage attack. Alright, as long as I don't miss the waves, we should be all fine. Switch back to Mage, should do a fire attack, and then we just gotta do the waves again, but this is the one where I'm gonna screw up Shadow Dancer because I gotta be within one tile of the center of those orbs, but still somehow dodging all of the BS that happens. I took an off-prayer hit, but only rolled a 1, so that was lucky a bit. Uh-oh. That's not good. Okay, somehow that just magically worked. We're just gonna accept that as fine. No questions allowed. We're just taking that. And hoping that this is... Oh, that's not going to be enough damage. Unless I... Okay. Ugh. The end of that gets a little hectic when you just kind of gamble on your last 6 minutes. All that for Aether Catalyst, so that's basically a break-even run, unfortunately. The funny thing is, I was doing this solo for a little while. And within about 20 kills... where the hell is these bosses? Within about 20 kills, I got 2 goddamn pairs of pants. And of course, that's the only Oathplate that I've seen so far, so... It basically cost me 100 mil to duo with someone for an evening, but that's okay. I've also apparently gotten 2 Soul Flame Horns, so... Either way, the plan is to stay here at Yama until I've completely greenlogged the boss. I actually sold all my melee and range gear for it. So I'm kind of staying here until I've got 3 pieces of Oathplate to replace my melee gear, and then whatever it costs to replace whatever other stuff that I sold, BGS, Rancor is going to be a little bit problematic. Oh, I forgot to actually hit the spec. Oops. Okay, we got a miss. And a big hit. That's fine. I'll take it. Okay, so we hit a 40 with the Eye of a Yak spec. A little bit gross to see that that's gone down 5 mil. I knew it wouldn't hold value, but it is... Oh, I'm on the wrong prayer. It's a little bit problematic when it drops that far. That fast. I should probably pay a bit more attention. I think we're probably okay here, but just in case, we'll throw on Ward of Arceus. Doesn't do a lot, but I mean, 10% less damage taken at the cost of, I think 1 nature rune and like 2 soul runes or something. 4 soul runes, sorry. 4 soul runes, 1 cosmic and 2 natures for 10% damage reduction for a minute here. Yeah, that seems totally doable. But yeah, I kind of did the math on it a little bit earlier, and looking at it without the tertiary drops, without the soul... Oh crap. Without the soul flame horns and things like that, I think at this rate I'm making something like 5 mil an hour? And then on top of that, rolling around a 1 in 200 chance of getting Oathplate every kill. Or a 1 in 120 chance of getting into the drop table with Oathplate, however you want to look at it. Because honestly, Soul Flame Horn's not even terrible, I think it's like 4 mil. A little bit shocked that it's as cheap as it is, but I think people are just farming the ever-loving crap out of Yama right now, or maybe the Soul Flame Horn contract is easier than I expect, I don't know. I've been wondering something as well. Do I have enough time while I'm doing this little step under BS to eat a large food? And it looks like I actually do, surprisingly. Round 2. Make sure it stops, that's spray range. Grab a thrallback, and maybe drink a bit of Prey Pot, start running because this bullshit's coming. So yeah, solo mage is basically just run to the next cliff and wait for the bullshit to happen. It's way easier than I thought it would be. The entire fight basically just boils down to the Enrage phase. I feel like eventually I might actually be willing to do the contracts a little bit. Not there yet, though. Okay, I was a little bit late on that, but at least we dodged one. Do we get the other? Ah. Oh no, I did. Usually I don't successfully dodge the waves on that one. Anyway, we should be getting phased into the second hopscotch patch here just in a second. There we go. No, that's not what I thought it was. Guess Yama wants me to take him down to like 30% for some reason. There we go. Yeah, like fully potted up with Piety on. I'm hitting 35 and 61 with Mage. Oh, whoops, didn't switch to melee gear. That's my bad, but I think it might be dead anyway. Versus 28, so it's really just incredible to me how crappy Augury really is. Like, it's probably good from a, you know, accuracy standpoint, but it really does not live up to the other two. And that was not at all what I meant to do. I wanted to use a Prey Pot. Just getting a little panicked. Okay, so it should be the magic attack. Yep. So now I need to switch to range and all the fun begins. Click. Might be a bit overkill, but I like to run from here all the way to here during the, during certain specs, basically. Uh-oh. That's gonna hit me. And that's gonna be an off-prayer hit, so I'm just gonna combo eat, because this takes off a little bit of my attack timer as I hopefully dodge this correctly. There we go. Wasn't paying attention, but I think that was a... No, that was a ranged hit, so that's a mage hit. This is a range hit. Right now, this is where I like to run all the way through to here. And that's a mage hit, I'm just going to tank it. Next one will be ranged, though. And this is where I like to run back and forth, and then attack here, and then click. That delays me usually just enough to get that right. And then it just feels like home to be here again. We're just basically at the start of the fight. So I should be able to just push through at this point. I'm not willing to risk that, honestly. I really should, but I didn't, so... Oh shit. Okay. That got a little awkward at the end, but that's fine. I haven't died yet on stream, so... Oh, You know how many goddamn supply drops I've gotten at Yama? It genuinely feels like it's a 25% chance to drop supplies here. And I wouldn't be surprised if someone told me it was close to that. The thing is, this is a perfectly acceptable and good supply drop to get at a duo. It's even a good supply drop to get at other bosses. Like, if I got that exact supply drop at Duke, I'd be super happy with it. I'd be stoked. Didn't mean to drop the Karam one in there, that's fine though. But, at a boss that takes about 6 to 8 minutes to solo without a shadow, and from what I'm told about 2 minutes less with a shadow, it's kind of a kick in the teeth, because you made nothing. You made back your prayer pots at the cost of 100k in runes. Given the length of the boss fight, I'd even be okay with them giving me like 5 times that amount of supplies as noted supplies. Just so there's a bit of value to the drop, but then it isn't really a valid supply drop, is it? I don't know. Doesn't matter. That's the one big complaint that I've got about Yama's drop table so far, is supply drops just feel like ass when you've spent as long as it takes a solo to actually kill it. And I feel like I've gotten way too many of them. Anyway, let's go again. Let's not run up to Yama and get me a lead. Okay, I didn't see the first hit, but it was more than the 22 that the second hit was. So we should pretty much have Yama reduced down to 0 magic defense. It gives it a plus 60, as I was mentioning in the last fight, if you're attacking it with Mage, and a negative 30 defense to magic if you're attacking it with melee. So if you are in a duo, and you haven't reduced its defenses, then Mage is a lot better. Because whoever's meleeing it can just kinda effectively lower its magic defense, but I think, honestly, the metaphor is to just melee phase 1 and 2 and Mage the last phase. Okay, we got orbs. Death charge. I really gotta get 2-minute thralls. Jealous of people that don't have to deal with that. Alright, we should be phasing any time now. I like that I was 1 damage off. Like the first thing that I'm gonna buy once I've actually got max mage gear again is gonna be a Rancor. Although I might just go with like a... I think I've got a Fury around somewhere actually, I might have sold it. I know I've got a Glory, but that's not really that much strength. Either way, I might just go with some sort of amulet that gives me a strength bonus or a three-way swap there. I'm usually too lazy to put on prayers, so it is what it is. Oop. Okay, well, that's not what I meant to do, but that's okay. We got double blue at the top, so we should be just fine. If I had been on the other side, I would have been able to dodge that a lot easier, but that's okay. Didn't mean to take damage from bloody well both of them, but screw it, we'll combo E, because we should get phased before we end up into the red orb. Sure hope, at least. We might be dead. Oh, shit, that was... I'm an idiot. That was a purple one. I could have just stepped there. That's what I get for looking at two different things at once. Ah, well. This is why I bring shit tons of food, just in case... Well, come on. Just in case something happens. Oops. Alright, this should be the last phase, so we'll go ahead and overeat with an anglerfish. Oh, oops. Put the prayer off. Okay, so that's the mage attack, so now it's range. I still mess that up a lot. It's gonna stay nice and high up on health here. Okay, here comes the waves and the balls at the same time. There we go, that went a lot better. Missed the prayer switch, but we're just going to ignore that. So I gotta move now, then attack, and then move now. Perfect. I think this is on Mage. And not risking that shit. If I hadn't messed up, then we'd probably already be done by now, but that's fine. Come on. There we go. Oh good, the off-prey damage I took was a 1. Gotta love that. How is it still alive? Come on. Have I rolled, like, super low hits, or... am I just losing my mind here? We should be done. Alright. What do we got? God damn it. The other catalysts. probably great if you're an Iron Man. Wait, is this where no, never mind. I almost said something dumb. I missed the update where Aether runes came into the game, I guess. I still need to do about 25 hours of Guardians of the Rift to be able to get back to rune crafting. So I'm not entirely sure if those are useful to Iron Man, the Aether catalysts. But either way, it's a nice quick resupply and ready to go here. Doesn't honestly matter when I cast this, but I need to cast this every fight because it's... Unfortunately, I'm just too slow to do one Mark of Darkness per 2 safely. I mean, sometimes, if I get really lucky on supplies and everything, and the fight's going well enough to do a 2-fight run. But it's not very common. Usually I just cast this with like 7 minutes left on it. Anyway, I'll cast a Thrall, switch to the Eye of a Yak, get the double spec ready. As soon as that turns red, there we go. First one's a decent hit, that's prey range. Second one's at least a hit, so it's 36 into 14. So it raises its defense by 60, and I just lowered it by 50. That's pretty comfortable. Should be a nice easy fight. Honestly, even without the defense reduction, it's only got level 250 magic and 60 magic defense, so it's really not a difficult fight from a magical perspective. I've actually been here since level 96, and am almost level 99 now. And that's been over like 3 days, so... Maybe a week. I don't know. I stopped playing for a few days here and there, so... Yeah, anyway, we got about 10% left to go before anything interesting happens. This is going to be the orbs, so I'm going to cast Death Charge, stop attacking, and make sure that I get the earliest attack on that one that I can. Start moving my way over to this orb over here. And because of the Death Charge, I can finish that one with a spec, which lets me move a little bit sooner to get back to this, and we should be just fine time-wise. Yep. Never seem to have thralls up. But I did just rock a 65, so that's cool. Round 2. Is this going to be orbs? No, it isn't. Okay, what are we doing? Last one was not orb, so this one should be. Yep. guess I could do that. Should have done that earlier, but that's fine. I don't really need spec that badly. The only other thing that I guess I could use it for at this point is if I really wanted to, I could throw another Eye of the Axe spec at him. And you know what? Screw it, I'm gonna. We'll see if I regenerate 25 by the time that we get to the end phase. Kinda depending on these hits landing. Oh shit. Oh shit. Okay. No, we're good. Oops. Too early. Alright, final phase. Is it going to be range or mage for the first attack? I still haven't actually figured out what dictates that. It usually seems to be mage though, so I usually just go into it praying mage. It's the other reason I bring anglerfish, because if I can't figure out whether I'm about to have to potentially eat a 30, I might as well overeat to 120. Nice, we got enough spec. And I have no idea what to pray right now. Crap. Didn't see what it was doing. No, that's range. Didn't get away in time, but it's fine, we're still pretty good. It's just you can get kind of comboed it quickly on this fight if you're not careful. Mostly right here. Alright, we should be fine before the orbs come back. Or right as they come back, either way. Getting really lame loot tonight. Alright, so we mark up darkness, cast a thrall, grab the Eye of a Yak, spec on, prayers on, and fingers crossed do we hit the specs. Okay, we did hit that, but it's a low roll. And that's okay. 13 and 38. Does that make 41? 41 out of 60? That's fine. I can live with that. 75%, another 10% or so until we're into the second phase. Swap my prayers. Keep on blasting with Dark Demon's Bane. So aside from the hundreds of thousands of fire runes in my inventory, the other thing that I did was completely filled this, and we're already through well over... Hang on a sec, I gotta make sure I don't mess this up. Is this orbs, or is this... Oh, this is orbs, I've already messed it up. Oops. Oh, no, we're good. Anyway, we've used like 1,500 soul runes or something like that. And they are not especially cheap. I think they're around 380 a piece right now. So that's probably 400k. Oh shit. Okay. If that fire trail had hit me, it would have frozen me in place and I wouldn't have been able to make it out of the way of that giant fireball. That was really close, actually. Gotta be a little more on my toes about that. Alright, this felt pretty quick. Looks like we're going to phase up before we have to use this glyph if we're lucky. And even if we're not, I'm not going to deal with the orbs that it's about to summon. Okay. I maintain the Shadow Dancer one might be a little bit bugged because I've seen that waves across the floor thing disable my combat achievement for it a couple of times. But it doesn't really matter unless I'm doing it in a duo anyways, because I'll never do it fast enough. Guess I probably shouldn't have just pot-locked myself out of that anglerfish, but that's fine. Didn't need it. We'll just not eat. It'll be fine. Oh, started with Shadow. Okay, well, we'll combo eat in that case. Basically just start this over at full HP now. Okay, that was the Shadow hit. That's gonna be Mage right now. Yeah, there it goes. Alright, just like to make sure I'm on the right prayer. Oh, too late. There goes 32 HP. I'm just gonna combo eat now, I don't trust myself. Oh shit, fine. I'll hit them. Was undecided for way too long there. Uh-oh. Too early. It'd be really embarrassing to die on this boss now, wouldn't it? Wouldn't be really getting my revenge on him. Alright, the 44 saved me a little bit of grief there. What do we got? Oh, great! Wild pies and restore mixes. Those are things that people use. That was worth 8 minutes of my time. God damn. That's what I mean, like, during a duo, that's actually decent-ish food. And this is prayer and health regen. You could maybe use them, like, between rounds or something like that if you really wanted to, but it just feels kind of lame to get those drops doing this. I'm gonna switch worlds as well, because if I remember correctly, I'm on 444, and yeah, I don't want to be on a forestry world doing a boss. I've noticed it, like, noticeably bugging out and glitching multiple times. I'll go for 421. People seem to say that it's been decent lately. Talked to a couple of different people that use it a lot. Anyway, that way if I, you know, if I really needed something to blame that last fight on, I could probably blame, you know, Flag, of course. But no, we're doing fine. I haven't died yet. How you doing, Wolf? Yeah, you've stolen half of my goddamn drop value so far. I'm just kidding. But I have hit that loot table 4 times. 2 of them soul flame horns and 2 of them legs. And I haven't managed to get... So this is the funny thing, actually. You want to hear something hilarious? No, you earned what you got. I joke. But here's the hilarious thing, right? I've gotten 36 Oathplate shards since then. At the time of that, I had only hit this table once. And then once with you, I think, when I might have died or something, and then you hit it a couple of times. But, like, I had hit the actual, like, legs drop more times than I'd hit the shards drop by the time that I got those 2 legs. So I just thought that was kind of funny. But yeah, Wolf, I kind of sold literally everything that I had for melee and range gear that wasn't nailed down. So, you know, it's a little faster. It's not much faster, but it feels better. The only things that I still need are the fortified ward, which is like, I would need 2 Oathplate drops for that, basically. I think you said the boots are maybe like plus 1% or something more than Eternals. Or they're somehow an upgrade from Eternals, but that seems absurd for that price. But still, the fortified ward I might actually get. I don't really feel like there's a point in getting an imbued heart, because it doesn't seem to change my max hit here. But anyway, here's my basic solo strategy. We just go ahead and double spec with that, so it's a 26 into a 40. So it's lowered by 66 already, so it doesn't matter that it has raised defenses. And I've noticed that there's almost no point in bothering with Augury, especially with the Confliction Gauntlets. Like, if I miss the first attack, I'm probably not going to miss the next attack anyway. So that saved me a ton in prey pots, compared to just leaving that on. Oh shit. I mean, occasionally I'll lazy flick it, but it is nice when you see a 67 instead of a 65. But yeah, I've kind of oversupplied for one run just in case shit hits the fan, or in case things go really well and I go for a double kill run, but generally I'm going back to resupply after every kill. So it is a little bit slower. But as a result of that, I've got like some really kind of goofy stuff in my inventory, like a 250,000 fire runes, a holy wrench, because like, why not, really? Wasn't looking to do the thing. Oh shit, it did orbs. That's not good. I don't know that I'm gonna have enough time for that. Do I just do this? I do that late. Okay, perfect. And then I use up both of the blue ones and pray that this is still active when it hits me. Okay, fantastic. That's exactly what I meant to do. I'd actually rather be here. Getting a little bit better with the waves as well. And now that I know after our discussion there, Wolf in Discord, that the fire waves absolutely screw me and stick me in place, it's a little bit more of a you know, avoidant thing. I haven't screwed that up since, let's just put it that way. Although the one day that I DM'd you a picture of it having killed me while I was standing on a used fire glyph was a little annoying. Survivor, Jesus Christ. Season 75, or have fun? I am not a survivor of Survivor. I stopped watching after season 3. I was kidding, Jesus goddamn. I thought it was in the 40s still. Just didn't know it was that high. Might as well just do that. You think it's helm this Casey? Well, you never know. I will say I really appreciate that the helm isn't like 20 mil and the rest of the set 100 mil a piece or some stupid BS like that, like most other sets are, because of the way that this one works. Like the ability to kind of transfer one piece into another piece makes them sort of similar priced anyways. I think you have to break it down into shards on Remake It or something, but still, the fact that you can do that. Although I'm a little confused why the Justy helm is so much while I'm on the topic of strangely priced items. Given that it's a set effect thing, I'm not entirely clear why the helm would cost more than the rest of the armor. But who knows? RuneScape players. Maybe it's some specific niche, like tank helm for Inferno. Yeah, but wouldn't you need the whole set though? Like, that's what I'm not getting is, what would the... Ah, shit. There's one tile off. What would the helm benefit you without the rest of it? So, that's why I'm not really understanding why the helm costs so much more than the rest of it. It's like half of the cost of the set. Oh. I didn't know that. Okay. Never mind. Yeah, I guess that's a valid point. There isn't really a defensive helmet other than that I could think of. Oops. Get under him, you... Oh, you son of a bitch. I haven't been hit by that fireball in so long. I'm just gonna combo eat now. I'll step under here. Probably just eat one of those and then that should pretty much finish him. Alright. I don't like going into the last phase under healed, so... Oh, missed it. So I usually, so far, end up taking a bit of damage upcoming here, because it's switching the prayers and doing everything that you need to that really kind of screws with me. So that was the shadow attack. So now it should be Mage, and I think that was where I was missing one of the switches. Yep. So now it's shadow, but it's going to hit that on the way up to me. And then it's going to be Mage during this entire nonsense. But now I've got to switch to Shadow. And then switch to Mage running here. And then to Shadow. I know I'm saying Shadow instead of Range, but it's working in my brain, so it's fine. Then Mage. There we go. That's the first time in a long time that I've managed to get through all of that without screwing up a prayer. Probably have time, but I'm not risking it. Gotcha. So you said helm this, Casey? And you are not quite right. But it was a 710. And yeah, just don't worry about how many of these I've been doing. Well, you know, you meant face, right? Or something thereabouts related. Not necessarily helm. I'm sure that's it. The hell are my Fremnik? Oh, because this was my Vorkath tab, right? I don't feel like there's really anything else I can do to make this fight go faster outside of buying a Shadow. And I'm not going to be able to buy a Shadow unless I get somewhere around 8 more drops of Oathplate. So, yeah, we're just kind of pretty much in max gear here. I do think that the shield infusion might be 2 max hits, possibly. I'm not sure if it's 1 or 2. I think it goes from 2% to 5% when you fortify it, so it's probably 2. No idea. Either way, it's not like it's that big of a deal once we're hitting 70s, 60s, or whatever. You've gotten better at this unit. Oh, I'm still frustrated here and there, trust me. I would say 33% of the kills so far on stream today have been supply drops. So I'm at least frustrated for a different reason. As I was sort of mentioning when it had happened, it's all well and good when you get a supply drop while you're doing duos, because, yeah, they genuinely help. They're good. I feel like if you've got a one-player 100% contribution, they should either remove the supply drops or greatly reduce the amount of them, like the likelihood of them. Make it like a 10% at best. Because there's no way that anyone's going to sit there and tell me that the supply drop chance at this is any less than like 30%, 25%, somewhere in that range. I really should have death charged, but that's fine. At least we got one of them. Oh, that's not good. Oh shit, ran right into it. But I mean, here I am complaining about a boss's drops where... What was my KC? When I got that second piece of Oathplate, it was like... Oh god. It was like 60 or 70 or something. Like 90. It was under 100 KC, so I really can't sit here and be, oh, it's giving me too many worthless drops. I've only made 200 mil. You know, it's fine. It's totally fine. So, one of the big reasons that I'm doing so much Yama is that I'm no longer doing Tombs of a Mascot. I've kind of given up on getting a Shadow for right now, and when I go back there, maybe I'll feel a little bit fresh about doing it when I haven't done it in a while. But the problem that I came up to was my actual GP per hour profit at Tombs of a Mascot was somewhere in the nature of like 400 to 700k an hour, depending. And that's kind of gross when you consider how much effort it is. And that it's like a 30-40 minute raid that you can't really just like stop partway through if you're on a timer one. Versus this, where, yeah, it's a long boss fight, but like, it's not that bad. Sorry, one sec, I like to not screw this up too badly. Alright, there we go. So now I need to eat a turtle, then start spam clicking my angler. There we go. Perfect. How you doing, Pen? Oh, I thought it was going into the last phase. Oops. That's fine. Completely lost my train of thought. I've seen too much Oathplate in my KC. Total number of Oathplate versus KC. And I mean, I would feel better about Toa if I hadn't gotten 9 out of 15 as my purple drops as rings. Like, if I had gotten just a bit more Missouri or something, or like, I don't know, just anything other than bloody rings all the time, then I might have felt a little bit better about it, but it's gotten to a point where I realized that Yama is actually making me somewhere around probably 5 mil an hour if I'm like on average drop rate here. And without the Oathplate, it's about double what I was making, I think, at Tombs of a Basket after supply costs and everything. So, yeah, I'm pretty okay with this in comparison. There's a bit of a change of pace. This annoys me because I'm still having a lot of trouble getting around taking a lot of damage from that, but we missed one of them at least. 9 pieces. What's your KC? Give or take. Like, I know you. I don't know if you're playing right now. You know, you're about to watch Survivor or whatever. Under 500. Okay, yeah. I should have just taken the solo free-for-all Oathplate and ran with it in that case, you bastard. With my luck, jokes aside, I probably won't see another piece until the next time you feel like doing this with me, so at least by then I'll be well practiced. Oh, right, of course. You need, well, you know, you need to have a colored-in bank tag for each of your items, right? So that means you really need 2 T-bows and 2 scythes and 2 Turducken shadows and 2 sets of Oathplate and 2 sets of you know, you really just need 2 of everything. So I get it, you know. My personal goal is to have enough cash stack to be able to fill every single bank tab with bonds. And then do that. Oh wow, it actually let me eat that on the way down. That was really weird. Usually it kind of locks you out of eating food on the way through that portal. I'm kind of shocked actually that it just let me eat that anglerfish. What the hell? Alright, I'll take it. 121 HP, let's see how long it lasts. You need third age pickaxe for, you need full third age, right? You need the full druidic outfit and the, you know, the, I don't even know what all third age stuff exists. The sad thing is it's so goddamn rare that most people that I've ever encountered that have had third age have immediately sold it, and the people that have still got it are like afraid to put it on. It's gonna run all the way over here. Let's see if that was right. Yep, there goes the mage attack, and I did not get away from that in time, did I? Ooh. Nice. Should be able to kill him before the orbs kill me here. Please? Okay. I thought the, like the woodcutting axe was, oh, back to back. I thought it was worth, like, a pretty substantial amount. Well beyond 2 bill. I'm not sure what it goes for these days. I saw a couple of people posting about it on Reddit within the last few weeks or so, that they had gotten one out of a clue. So I'm not really sure. Axe is 5, okay. So yeah, based on my inventory supplies, all that kind of stuff, I realistically could go for 2 kill trips. But it's such a quick resupply and restock and just rerun to Yama that even if I miss my specs, I'm willing to just house tab out and go back. Alright, sounds good. Now that I've had you here, I'm sure I'll get back-to-back Oathplate after getting your favorite drop twice. Okay, first spec landed a 5, second spec completely goddamn missed. That's a rude. that's just rude. That's just a redo. That's what I mean, like, if we whiff the spec that hard, I'm fully willing to take the 30 seconds to run back. On a 7-minute boss fight, you're goddamn right I would. Used to do this with Vorkath with the BGS and run all the way back from the house portal at Relica, so... Mind you, that was when I still had a blowpipe that I was trying to do that with. How you doing, chickens? Okay, whip the first one. Second one hit a 35. Yeah, I can live with that. As long as I do at least, like, 20, 25 damage, I'm okay with it. Just feels bad when it's like, you miss one attack and the other one's a single digit. Anyway, welcome to Yama. I've figured this boss out now that I've had a little bit more time to be willing to be patient about it, except I'm on the wrong prayer. And I have been for a while, so I'm just gonna eat back up. Please, come on. Jesus. Got it on the last tick. This is probably going to be orbs, right? Yep. So if I death charge this one, it gives me enough spec to finish this one with a spec. Which means I can get back on Yama a little faster there. Hmm, 75%, I guess we rethroll. Now, do we even need this, or is he gonna phase? He's phased. Perfect. Oop, somehow that actually hit me. Okay, fine. Oops. Bumping all the consoles up in price and making Game Pass... yeah, that sounds about right. I mean, everything's gone up in price, why wouldn't games, right? Not happy about it, but I understand. This community revolts every time the price of this thing goes up, but it's gone up a couple of times, I think. A little sad to think about what $30 bought you 10 years ago versus today, so I'm just not going to think about that. Never really owned Game Pass, so... That does explain why I've seen a few YouTube video thumbnails saying things like, "The death of Game Pass? Is Microsoft cooked?" It's like, no, because games cost $130 goddamn now, so... I mean, what do you want me to do? Oh no, the less expensive thing went up in price as well as everything else. I'll just be here enjoying RuneScape. A game that I've never put money into ever because you can just play with GP if you really want to, if you're as addicted to it as I am. Didn't mean to do that. Ooh, 65, nice. So yeah, Yama's been crazy for magic XP. I think I've gained genuinely almost 2 million magic XP here. Is it not gonna phase? Okay. I mean, I guess. I'll just play in a weird aspect ratio until I'm done. There we go. Where is it? 2.172 million. Not actually sure if I reset that at the first KC or not, though. But Mage only Yama's been expensive, but profitable in XP, so I'm just gonna eat right up, screw it. I just don't want to be dealing with the last phase with low HP. Could even do this if I really wanted to, I guess. Alright. How you doing, Boom? So Boom, did you end up deciding to play an Iron Man profile, a Bronze Man profile, or screw it, you're just back to grinding GP like the rest of us? Oh, missed the prayer on that one, but that's fine. Like, this should be range, right? Okay, perfect. So we're back in cycle. So we'll do a mage attack there, and then range coming up right about now. So now I need to switch to mage, move here. There we go. Beautiful. Finally getting the movement down for this better. That's not right. That's fine. Oh, you bastard. Does that change his attack cycle, or is it range still? Okay, perfect. It does not change his attack cycle, but it does change the order that this happens in, so I'm not actually sure what happens now. Never been melee'd by it and survived, so... Seems that it still puts the orbs and those together on the same tick, so that's normal. Uh-oh. Yellow clicked and went early. Now I don't know what fucking prairie's on. Okay, I guessed right. Decent recover at least. Whoa, holy Jesus, where am I? No, we might be dead. It had 4 HP. That would have been a really embarrassing way to die at the end there. Oh good, another 170k in Aether Catalysts. That I can't use because I don't have the rune crafting level to make it profitable. Alright. Reading the chat here. Got gone to a not profile and haven't played since. Hey man, game's not for everyone. Well, chickens, that's the thing. You either have to pay to play the game, or play way too much to play the game, or not play the game. It just depends on how you value your time, really. And clearly I don't value mine, so... What I generally do on a non-Iron Man profile, obviously, is just gradually upgrade my gear over time, and then when I feel like quitting or when my bonds run out, I just sell or downgrade whatever I have to make up the price of a bond. So in this case, if I wanted to, I could downgrade this chest to Virtus, and that would give me like... probably 8 bonds, so probably like 4 months worth of sub. For a loss of 1 to 2% magic damage, depending. And yeah, boom, I've been looking for a new game to play for like half a decade, and I just kind of keep falling back into RuneScape, so if something changes, let me know, but otherwise I'll be here fighting Yama. So we had a 5 into a 33. 38 out of the 60 that it gained there reduced. Yeah, I'm fine with that, actually. That's still pretty accurate. I know that Fan was going on about some Skyblock stuff. He was talking about an update that had added some kind of greenhouses or some sort of such thing. I'm not sure if that was a foraging update or if that was a garden update or what that was. So I'm a little bit curious what the end of that was, because he ended up talking about how the player base is hemorrhaging and the numbers are down and everything right afterwards, so I guess it wasn't a good update. So now you're certain... Oh no, release day of this shit had a whole bunch of bugs. It was, a lot of stuff was untested. There was miscommunicated features all over the damn place. Like, I'm not saying that it was the most unready thing I've ever seen them put out. Don't get me wrong, I've seen Jagex put out some things into this game with little to no thought that has caused much bigger problems than Yama. But I maintain my opinion of it from that day. It was also put out at such a non-peak hour that anyone that was on basically just likely didn't have their normal partner anyway. So a huge amount of people just ended up disappointed and burnt out of it by then. But the problem is, when a boss like this comes out, if you're not doing it within the first 24 hours, there's a reasonable chance that you're getting hosed on either some of the drops, or you might be missing out on some kind of crazy moneymaker kind of situation. In the case of Yama, they reduced the drop rate of Oathplate pretty drastically within about a day. So if you were to get on immediately, watch, you know, the most artistic of RuneScape players doing the most crazy things, or figure out how to do the right butterflies or whatever to get through the phases of it, you could have made like 100 mil an hour on the release day probably. But that also would have been contingent on you getting a drop still, so a lot of people still wouldn't have. But it's like, I don't know, I'm not a big fan of situations where being there the day that it releases gives you a huge advantage because they didn't adequately test content. In the case of Yama, they thought people would take a lot longer to kill it. You know, like I am right now. But for some reason, and make sense of this for me if you can, the Shadow from Toa, the Turducken Shadow, outperforms the Demon's Bane specific, like, purging staff. Why? Why would you make that the case? Even with Mark of Darkness giving you something like a 40 or a 50% accuracy and damage bonus, from what I understand, if I had a Shadow, this would be a 2-minute on average faster kill. That's how much harder it goes here. So, really it just comes right back down to, guys, just stop balancing your goddamn game around the Shadow someday. But, I mean, at least Confliction Gauntlets exist. Probably shouldn't even bother with these. Want to use a damage boosting prayer because Augury is terrible. It uses, I believe, the same amount of prayer as the other two, like the range and melee ones, but it increases my max hit by a whopping 2 from 65 to 67. If I miss, the next roll of my attacks, thanks to the Confliction Gauntlets, will roll accuracy twice. So even if I do miss, it's unlikely that I'm going to miss a second time. And frankly, especially with, Yama with lowered stats, I don't really miss that often. So I've kind of did about 30 kills with and 30 kills without it, and realized it's such a negligible difference that I'm probably better off just not bothering. Like, even at this, we're hitting a 61. Now we're hitting a 63. With Piety, this is hitting a 32. Actually, let's pot up. So with Piety and full potions, my melee attack is a 35. Without Piety, it's a 28. So it's adding 7 damage to an attack that goes from 28 to 35. But Augury is adding 2 damage to an attack that's going from 65 to 67. So you do the math on that one if you really want to. I leave it on for this entire final phase just so that this is over any amount faster than it otherwise would be. But yeah, other than that, no, I don't generally bother with it. I've screwed this up. Did I get there in time? I might have. There we go. We're back on cycle now. I just had a couple of screw-ups there. My hand kind of cramped up. Okay, here comes waves and balls next. I probably could just go for it, but this doesn't feel worthwhile. What's it at? Why is it not showing me Yama's health? Why is it showing me Void Flare still? What the fuck? There we go, 9%. Yeah, no. Definitely better off to stand on him at this point. Oh shit. It's too early on the prayer swap. Because that's the mage attack, okay. Got him. I'm not the cleanest at the end there, but I'll take Dragon Plate Skirt for it, I guess. Alright, now that I can read the chat, what do Confliction Gauntlets do? So, Confliction Gauntlets are an upgraded version of the Zenite Jewelry Gauntlet that I can't remember the name of off the top of my head. It's not Occult, it's, I might still have them tagged here. Tormented Bracelet, sorry. It's the upgraded Tormented Bracelet. That's a terrible drop check, and then I'll explain in a minute. So what it does is it adds 2% more to the attack damage, like the magic attack damage of that, and brings it from 5% to 7%. But it also gives you this beautiful passive, where if I take it off, I don't know if it shows anything about it. No, well, there are the stats of it anyway. 20 attack bonus, decent defenses, 2 prayer, and 7%. But the passive is really where it's at. So if I miss an attack with a magic attack, and then I use that same magic attack on the same enemy that I just missed, and it is contingent about that, so you can't necessarily use it for, like, barraging or something, then it will roll accuracy twice on the second hit. So if I whiff an attack, the next attack is going to attack, and then if it were to miss, it'll roll accuracy a second time. Which, let's say I've got a 90% chance to hit. That means 10% of the time I'll have missed. That's like assuming I've already missed an attack. I've now got a 10% chance to miss the next attack, but if I miss that first accuracy roll, it's going to roll again, effectively giving me like a 99% chance to roll a successful attack, or 2 1 in 90 chances, however you want to look at that. So you miss less over time. That's the short version of it. So, Mark of Darkness into Greater Skeleton. So this is the attack that I'm using, chickens, and the reason that I said it's not a nice drop at all is because every kill is taking me a lot of soul runes and a lot of fire runes. Now, fire runes are not especially expensive, but I'm using on average maybe 300, 250, 300 soul runes per kill. And because of the cost of soul runes, okay, we just completely whipped the specs, I'm going to redo that. Because of the cost of soul runes, it means that I'm using maybe 110k worth of supplies per kill, and 100k of that is runes. So when I get something like 161k drop, that means that I've almost broke even on that particular kill. Oh, so like to a warden phase, does that make the mage shit? Yeah, because if you were to miss wardens with your mage attack, then it rolls accuracy a second time. Also, it only works on one-handed staffs, it does not work on the shadow. You break even often. Well, in 156 kills, I've made 121 mil plus the... I haven't gotten one in a little while, so the Forgotten Lot box has also made me 91 mil. These armor pieces are currently at 91 mil a piece, and it's about a 1 in 200 chance per kill. Wait, what? I don't remember if I needed to do that or not, but it's just habit. So, first one landed a lot bigger. Second one landed, I think, a 1, so we got a 43 into a 1. That's kind of funny. 44 out of 60, that's fine. Yeah, only works with one-handed things, which is basically everything but the shadow. How many of those are in the... How many two-handed stabs can you... Okay, boom, excluding the shadow, how many two-handed staves can you name? Keeping in mind that all of the powered one... Okay, Nightmare Staff. Great. That's the only other one. And no, it's not 3 stabs, because it has 3 goddamn orbs that you can interchange. Also, the 7% magic still works, it's just that the passive doesn't. So, for example, if I had a shadow for this, it would still apply the bonus to the... I guess it wouldn't really do anything, actually, now that I think about it, because the Void Flares you can't miss and you always max hit, so never mind that. I was going to say something that turned out to be much dumber than I realized. Are you not talking about the Nightmare Staff that has the 3 different, you know, the lamp staff? The lantern staff, the one that has the 3 different orbs? Orbs? The obsidian staff. I don't even know what that is. The hell's the obsidian staff? What kind of archaic nonsense are you using? Anyways, my point being... I have never in the game used an Ancient Staff or a Nightmare Staff. I've literally never equipped either of those 2 items in several years of playing. Generally speaking, the Confliction Gauntlets would be useful for any of the powered staves, like the Trident of the Swamp, the Trident of the Seas, the Sanguinesti Staff, things like that. The Scorching Staff that I've currently got, the Eye of a Yak, the... all wands that exist, including the one that looks like a butt plug that I can't think the name of, the Kodai wand, sorry, that was the one that I couldn't think of the name of. It's more of like, where doesn't it work, and the answer to that is, in terms of items that people actually use, basically the Shadow, and I guess the Nightmare Staff. Oh, that one. Yeah, it's like the... Yeah, I know what you're talking about now. I can't imagine that that has a function or a use, but yeah, that you've got me, that exists. That was the only prerequisite I gave you, was tell me one that exists. And that, I believe, does. Yeah, so it's not magic damage, it's magic accuracy. If it just says magic, it's magic accuracy. If it's magic damage, it'll be a percentage. If it is 15% magic damage, then... okay, but I kind of doubt it. Didn't get on that in time, but I do have lots of spec energy, so I should be okay. The Scorching Staff spec is a bit weird. If you kill something with it, then your next attack happens faster, so as long as you kill the first orb with a hit from that spec, then it gives you more time, basically, to deal with the orbs overall. You're wondering what I'm complaining about in the background here. Ah, crap. Oh, come on. Didn't quite manage to step through that, and I bored him. Alright, well, we'll just eat up on the way. I'm just gonna leave Piety on for this phase, to be honest. It's such a big bonus to my melee hit that and Augury is such a negligible bonus that I'm just not gonna worry about it. So I was gonna switch between Augury and Piety if I was gonna pray here, but it just feels kind of like a waste of time to switch it. Okay, that was the mage attack. Well, we maxed hit a 67 there, nice. Alright, I didn't screw that up this time. We're off to a little bit better of a run. I haven't actually taken any off-prayer damage as well, but we'll see if that lasts through this nonsense. So it uses a range attack there, and then the mage attack right there. Okay, so now I need to be on range. Still somewhat learning that one. Okay, this has gone actually perfectly so far. Okay, I was one tick late moving at the end there, but otherwise that basically was the best last phase that I've had so far this stream, and ooh, we got a Forgotten Lockbox. I think this has like a 1 in... I'm gonna Google it before I open this, but this has a chance of being Oathplate armor. And I have gotten pants from one so far, so it's a 1 in 403 chance for each piece, so... Not entirely sure how that evens out, or if it's a 1 in 403 of getting anything from it, or if it's like... Have I DC'd? What the shit? Hello? There we go. That was weird. I think maybe we'll open this elsewhere. See, now that's just mean. I've gotten a pair of pants from these before that was worth about 90 mil, and this one's worth about 170k. But I will say they look very similar. Some Durgan perk Durgs. Your heart dropped. So, the pants that I got were in lockbox number 2, for the record, if you were curious about that. And that's now the second time this has given me a heart attack with that. And I've gotten 2 pants, 2 dragon dart leg, 2 dragon dart tips, sorry, and then Oathplate legs from the lockbox. Well, yeah, I've gotten several since then, but number 2 was the Oathplate legs. I'm not saying that that's displaying 2 of them, I'm saying that it was that number that gave me the decent drop. I'm not sure if there's anything else I could be bringing with me that would help with this, because, like, realistically, I've got more food than I could ever possibly want. I've got a spec weapon for the start, and if need be, I guess, middle of the fight. I need to have 25% spec after the start anyway. I can't afford an imbued heart, and it doesn't actually increase my max hit at all. Dark Demon's Bane has a max hit that's just, it's not relative to your magic level. That would give me a tiny bit of magic defense, and I think implicit magic accuracy, but I'm not entirely sure. I meant in terms of what I could afford, though. As far as gear stuff goes, the more important one would be the Fortified Eladini's Ward for the 5% instead of 2% magic bonus for an offhand. Or is it 3%? What is this? Oh, it is 3%, sorry, it's 3 to 5%. And if I'm being honest, I don't even need the Eladini's Ward. The blue shield that I usually use for Toa would be totally fine for this. So we hit a 30 into something a little lower, 19. So 49 out of the 60 that we're looking for, basically. But that does actually max it at 42, so that's spec, so this is fine. Yeah, initially I misunderstood how Confliction Gauntlets worked. I thought that they were a little bit better than what they actually are. They're still really good, don't get me wrong, but I had thought that what they did was that they roll every hit, not just the hits that, oops, forgot to do that. Just the hits that miss, like the second attack. Because if it was every hit, then man, that shit would be broken. In its current state, it's just sort of not bad. So I missed that hit, so this one will roll 2 times on the accuracy table, basically. If I get Oathplate, do I sell it or use it? So I'm going to continue to farm this boss until I've greenlogged this boss, including the pet. Or at least that's my current plan. And in that time frame, if I get enough Oathplate, then ideally I would have enough to be able to sell pieces of it as I go and continue to upgrade to fully actual max mage, and then use more of that Oathplate to buy back the melee gear that I'd sold off, and kind of use it to rebuild the account with, and reasonably, basically, so I need about 20 mil for a Zenite necklace for my range gear, and that's the only thing out of my range setup that I really had sold. My melee gear, I need about 40 mil for a chest and pants for bandos, but I don't have to have that. That would be nice, but not necessary. Need 20 mil for a fang, about another 20 for a BGS, and I guess about another 20 for an amulet. So reasonably, I could buy that entire setup for 1 piece of Oathplate dropped, if I got it on a solo. Don't know why I'm standing here. This is not even the right color. Or if I really get tired of farming Yama, then at that point I'll probably sell off the mage armor and downgrade it and use that money to buy the other stuff that I just talked about a little bit. Because, like, reasonably, there's not a great deal of bosses that I would use mage to fight. Honestly, it's pretty much this, the Whisperer, and that's about it, I think. I haven't tried the Doom Mock Waddle or whatever the hell it is. I haven't tried the Delve boss. Not sure if either of those are relative to that situation or not, but right now I'm just finally enjoying Yama. Even though I just messed up my swap. Whoops. Alright, now we're back to normal. Yeah, I'm just not really much of a fan of content that's even as sweaty as what this is for the most part. But here we are. Shit. Okay, well I didn't get hit, but I think that might have just cost me a little bit too much time on that. Maybe. Am I gonna get that? I did not, but I think I got the spell turned on in time to take 10% of the damage off. Oh well. Somehow that actually counted as walking through the wave. I'll take it, but I didn't feel like I made that. I'm gonna heal up a little bit here, summon a Thrall, because we're gonna be here for a while at 50%. We still need like 35%. Uh-oh, we're hurt. We're hurt bad. It's unfortunate. That's fine, I'm just gonna combo eat. That's why I bring a lot of food. Hmm, 40%. I guess we're going for a walk. It's probably gonna get this purple glyph activated. Ah, shit. I just assumed that it was gonna... Yeah, I'm messing up a lot this time. If those explode, I'm just gonna go ahead and teleport out, so I'm just gonna risk it. Nope, we're out. That was unfortunate. Just reading chat and watching this at the same time and thought I was further into the fight than I was. Oops. Let me see what the hell Boom's going on about. Something about hard content being hard. Yeah, Boom, that's basically something that's already covered in a lot of other bosses. So this is sort of what Grizzly was talking about when he had... It's hard to tell somebody that they're not ready for endgame content when some of it is relative to like levels and gear and stuff, and some of it's just relative to personal skill. A lot of the endgame content in RuneScape, at least the last couple of years of it, has played off of other pieces of content that have already come out. So if you kind of do the content in the order that it came out a little bit, or at least like work your way up through through the difficulty of bosses, you get a much better feel for like what you should be doing in any given situation. So like you're talking about a mechanic that's relative to Leviathan, basically. It's also a mechanic that's relative to a certain part of the Colosseum, I believe. It's also something that's sort of covered in the thing with the Blood Moon and the whatever the hell that thing is, Moons of Peril. So it's like, if you greenlog those things, and then go do that content, not only will you have the money and gear and levels for it, it'll probably be a lot easier mechanically. Well, we got 2 low hits, but I'll take it. 12 into a 13, 25 out of 60. Oh, this is what I'm doing on Osrs right now. I just told you chickens, I've literally sold all of my gear and, like, devoted all of my bank to this. The Eye of Yak is magic BGS. Whatever damage it hits, it lowers the enemy's mage defense by that much. Yeah, I'm not trusting that. And I was right not to. Yeah, so that's the thing. This boss raises its magic defense by 60 if you're the target of it and you're attacking it with magic, and it lowers it by 30 if you're the target of it and you're attacking it with melee. So basically, if you think of it being a 0 magic defense, it's at negative 30 if it's focused on whoever is meleeing it. It's at positive 60 if it's focused on me, but because I'm soloing it, that means that it's always at positive 60. And it goes to that in the Enrage phase regardless of who's doing what. So if you just lower it by whatever with the Eye of a Yak, then it stays lowered, even in the Enrage phase. I could have gone to that one, I guess. How many kills did you get here, by the way, Boom? Because there's something that I always forget that you can unlock from it. That's really useful situationally. And I'm just kind of curious if you actually got it or not. Oh, I'm being gone. Did not get the death charge thing. That was exactly what I was curious about. And for what it's worth, I didn't get it until after 100 KC anyway. I was not aware of how the mechanic for it worked though, so you may want to be kind of aware of that before you start doing Yama again. Yama has something like a 1 in 16 chance of rolling a table and dropping a dossier. That dossier can drop double death charge, but if you've got at least 100 KC at Yama, it will always drop double death charge the next time that you open it. So if you get a dossier, keep it. Keep at least one in your bank until you've got 100 Yama KC. If you get duplicates, open the duplicates, but keep one in your bank. Because that way, as soon as you're at 101 or 100 or whatever KC, you just open it and have double death charge and not have to worry about, like, getting another goddamn one of them. Can afford Bloodbark, Purging Staff, 12 mils on supplies. So, I feel like I'm kind of slow, but when I looked at it, I was getting 7.5 kills per hour. And that's with pretty much max mage gear except for the shadow. So, I don't know what your speeds were like, but if you were anything under like 10 minutes, then it's probably fine. Also, the orbs I find screw me over. What do you mean by the orbs? Like the final phase orbs? Like the, or do you mean that thing that's hitting me right now? Okay, so we already talked about that. You don't need Sand Fuse. Just buy extended anti-venoms. Anytime that you get venom, sip it. You have 6 minutes where you can't be venomed again. So, there's no reason to make that harder for yourself in a fight that's already costing 100k per fight in runes. Blue and orange one, I never killed the second one in time. Oh, the orbs. Okay, so what you need to do is make sure that you always have at least 25% spec during this fight. That's the first step. The reason I say that... Sorry, awkward shit. The reason I say that is that the Purging Staff spec is kind of odd. If you use the Purging Staff spec to kill something, and that, like, special attack kills something, not only does it restore the special attack that you used, it also makes your next attack, I think it's 2 ticks faster, which basically means if you attack and then you spec 1 orb, then the next orb you'll be able to save 2 full game ticks before, like, you see what I mean? So you can always get 4 attacks that way, even if you're a little bit slow. So that might be what you're screwing up. I'll try and show you the next time that we get to the orb phase if you're still around. I believe I'm going into the final phase of the fight here. I haven't really been paying attention. Did not get the anglerfish down in time, but that's fine. I did get that on though, nice. And a similar, very strange mechanic. You notice that when I'm dodging the overhead fireball bullshit that's happening to me here. Every time that I dodge this, I'm only moving 1 tile, and usually I would panic click and run around like an imbecile, but as it turns out, if you are 1 tile from the center, when the orb crashes down, it actually speeds up your next attack by a game tick or 2. I'm not sure if it's, again, I'm not sure if it's 1 or 2, but you notice how fast my character's attacking between these. So again, I can attack now, and because those were specs, you see how fast those hits actually were? Like it's like spec, hit, because those 2 specs were enough to one-shot the orbs. Because in this phase they have half health. And that speeds up the next attack, basically. I would actually say it's probably more important in this phase than it is in normal phase, but it's just easier to demonstrate there than it is here. Oh, too early. And we'll eat 1 So we'll do it again. Spec, and switch prayers. You can see how much faster that is than my normal attack speed with this this staff. Oh, did not mean to go there. That's fine though. And we're good. And I mean, that's still an 8-minute fight. With all this gear and everything, like, you know, sometimes you get unlucky. Reading through the chat again here, so I do that too, but it screws me when the waves are coming too. So hopefully that showed you a solution to the waves thing. Yeah, synapses were never just going to hold on that long. So now is probably, I mean, they're still going to keep dropping over time gradually, but I mean, now is a reasonable time to buy into one, I think. I should also note that as usual, I'm kind of overdoing some of the dodging, and I'll run back into the Yama fight here to try and talk about this for a couple of seconds before the next round. So, you don't need to run on the tiles that I'm running on, but I've just found that it works with more consistency for when I screw up. So the furthest back tile to the north, the one that I refer to as home sometimes when I'm doing this, like I usually do the whole last phase with my camera facing so that east is up, north is left. And from this tile, I know that if the waves are coming, the moment that the X is just about to hit this tile, if I click it and my yellow X basically interacts with the X of blue fire that's coming across here, I'm going to be perfect every time. And then from standing here, if I'm running through the part where there's double waves, what I'll do is I'll attack Yama from here if I can, and then click through to here, switch my prayer on this tile, and then run back to this tile, attack, and then that gives me a 1-tick delay when I attack from here, and then click this tile when I see the XP drop, and that drags me through the second set of waves with perfect timing each time. So again, you don't need to set these tiles up like this. This is just a personal preference. But if you do want them exactly like this for some reason, it is 1, 2, 3, 4 to the side of the first glyph, and they are evenly spaced like this. They are in line, the middle tile is in line like this with the first set of glyphs. And you only really need these two tiles, or these two tiles actually, sorry. You don't need this back tile at all. You never technically need to stand here, but as I say, I like to have an oh shit mechanic where like if I'm running and I need to sort of like stall myself like that or something, or if I need to like do one of those and then do that, it gives me a little bit more freedom. And I found it very helpful for learning this. The reason that I really am heavily pointing that out though is that I feel like it would potentially screw you in one of the contracts if you tried to use those tiles, because some of the mechanics change quite a lot. So we had a 43 into a complete miss with the specs, so we reduced this thing's magical defense by 43. So it's basically got 17 magic defense and level 250 magic right now. So even without augury, with decent magic gear, you can see that I'm basically not missing any attacks. So I'm going to death charge, attack that one, attack this far one, and you can see that I didn't have any spec going into that, and still had enough time to kill both of them before I got any damage done to me. So you can still do that without spec. But if I had 25% special attack while I was still fighting that first orb, then I would have done a normal attack, then a special attack, then a normal attack on the second orb, and then a special attack, and that would have saved me a little bit of time. It wouldn't have been quite as close. Sorry, so I typed there, chickens. I just gotta wait for the right time. Alright, see you later, chickens. Thanks for stopping by. Wait, that agility is not 84. That shortcut isn't 84. I'm 83 and I can use it. What are you talking about? After this kill, I'm going to double check what that actually is, because you got me curious. I was thinking about it maybe 3 kills ago. Whoops, too late. Oh, it's 83 and 73? Okay, so you're telling me that I just happen to luckily have 83 agility, and this boss that they released happens to need 83 agility. That's hilarious. The funniest thing is, the next piece of equipment that I should realistically probably buy back for this this boss to speed things up is a Rancor amulet, so that I can do this part a little bit faster. Yeah, so you want to know something funny about my stats, Boom? All of this magic XP has been from Yama. And I'm at 2.25 million so far. Oh, that's gonna blast me. Shit, I didn't spec it. Oh well. So, I mean, I've been doing a fair bit of Yama. Been trying to, at least. Remember the other day, Boom, you were asking me what the benefits were of doing any of the combat achievements. And one of the things that I'd pointed out was that you get double the length of thralls. You notice that I always have to... Oh shit. I always have to summon 2 thralls every single phase in Yama? You notice how Yama's basically built around the concept of you being here for about the length of 2 thralls? And how handy that would be to only have to summon a total of 3 instead of 6 thralls for this fight. Or, I guess, 3 instead of 5, because I usually only summon 1 in the end. So it's not a big thing, but it is convenient to not have to worry about summoning thralls as often. Oh. Another little bit of a time saver kind of thing, and this is totally up to you, and it didn't really help me here anyway, because I just took a 29. Usually what I like to do is eat as soon as I get into here if I'm not at completely full HP. Because as soon as your prayers turn off, you're able to jump over the first rocks, but you can also just consume food immediately if you want to. And I'll just make him hit himself while I double eat. That did it. Perfect. Okay, final phase. I like to spam Ward of Arceus, and as soon as that's gray, summon a thrall, click Yama. And, no, we want to be here, probably. Okay. Yeah, the Lumbridge Elites were the first Elite diary I ever did, but it is kind of a lot of rune crafting if memory serves. Ooh, too late. I can't remember if the Lumbridge Elite's a lot of rune crafting, or if that one was a lot of smithing XP. So yeah, you see how fast I went through those orbs there by speccing both of them? I'm assuming that was the part that was screwing you. Oh no. Okay. We took an off prayer 0, that's beautiful to see. We attack here and click 1 tile too early, that sucks. I don't know if it's range or mage right now, I think it's range. Yeah, it was. So switch that. I'm actually quite slow on that one, there we go. Alright, we're back on track. Use a prey pot so I don't have to worry about it. See what I mean about attacking and having it sort of delay my my movement by 1 tick. Might have moved my prayer too early though. Yeah, I did. Shit. Oh well, he didn't get a chance to attack. Yeah, I was gonna say I'm surprised that you said that because I remember it having a medium runecrafting level requirement on it. And I say medium because, well, don't look at the others. I would say construction levels are a better use of your time. Fairy Ring and eventually the Ornate Rejuvenation Pool are quite useful, but I will say it is a... Construction's a bit of a skill that you don't really do until you've got a decent setup and you can make some money of your own. And because you're throwing all of your GP away on bonds, that basically means that you're never going to have a construction level high enough to use that thing unless you settle on a boss soon. So, you know... I mean, even in my case, getting 86, I took a long time to do that. And I did that before, what is it, Daddy's Home, or whatever the hell that mini quest is called. Yeah, I haven't even done it on this character, as you can see. With that, I think you can either do profitable or, like, break-even construction XP, as far as the cost of it, so that might be your better option, but when I was doing it, it was like, let's just do a really fast method for a few hours and accept the losses. I'm not taking a 15. I'm not willing to do that. I'll reset the run for that. I didn't actually use my POH pool. Oops. Doesn't help me if I don't have spec energy. Technically, I'll forever a decent Duke setup. Yeah, decent is a word for it, yeah. But as you gradually want to upgrade your Duke setup, that's going to mean you're going to want the Bellator ring. That's going to be effectively whenever you've spent GP on 2 bonds. That means that now you don't have a Bellator's ring. 2.5. Or if you want to look at the Rancor, I think it's still dropping. I'm not sure what it's down to now. Actually, kind of glad that I don't own one right at this moment, because is that not... 68. It was like 90 not too long ago. Sounds good, boom. I'll probably be here. Let's see, we got Dark Demon's Bane already active. I don't really need to do anything other than Thrall. And try for a spec again. Okay, first one hit an 8. Okay, well, I'm not going to reset twice. But that did kind of suck. I still maintain you'd be better off just playing free-to-play if you're gonna burn yourself out over and over again just trying to grind bonds, but whatever works for you, boo. I mean, I guess technically if you did get one piece of Oathplate here, that's 6 bonds right now, because they're 91 mil. But I mean, if we're talking about just average drop rates, it's around every 200 kills that you should see one piece of it. Oh, a little laggy there. And if I'm getting 7.5 kills an hour and you're struggling that much, you're probably getting closer to 4 with deaths and things. So it's about 50 hours to get the equivalent of like 30 bucks worth of bonds. Really not sure why this is hanging like it is. I might have to switch worlds. Like, okay. That was really strange. I am not going to have enough time to do this. So I'm going to go back on Yama and then step here. That's going to hit a 0 on me. Shit. Okay, perfect. For some reason, for the longest time, I thought this Judge of Yama's fireball had like a little AoE on it. Oh shit. So I'd been stepping back to like here. Yeah, you know what, that's just gonna finish him anyway. But lo and behold, it does not. It's actually easier than the Vorkath overhead projectile that it kind of resembles. So we're 80%. I'm gonna throw another Eye of Yak spec in there. Nice. That's a big one. That was a 36. After this kill, I'm going to take a real quick bathroom break. But I will say, as much as it is a bit of a long boss fight for solos, that is one thing I like about Yama compared to Toa. I'm only stuck here for 8 minutes instead of like 35. Probably don't need the thrall at 40%, but it's not like Prey bots cost that much. Can we please phase? Don't do this to me. Okay. I haven't cast Arcane Ward just to be sure. Oops. Okay, that was the mage attack, so it's going to do a range attack, and then we switch for the wave crossing. It's an asshole and tries to combo me with a mage attack right there. Ooh, nope. Okay, there we go. I think we're still alright. 94 HP, so I'm not doing too badly. That timed out just right. So it'll be the overheads, and then it'll do the orb spec right there. So I'm not going to take chances with that because it's not quite as far in as I'd like it to be. Nice to see a max hit though. And we are out of here with a 56 to finish him. Are we going to get anything good? No, we are not. We just lost 70k on that fight, basically. Woof. What asshole put a couple of rubies and diamonds on this drop table. Alright, I will be back in just a sec. I'm just going to use the bathroom, grab a drink, and prepare for some more Yama. Alright, I am back. Sorry about that. I'll be damned, it is level 83. Alright, I didn't know that was that high. I stand corrected, I guess. Anyway, let's head on back. What are we up to here? 176 Yamas. Didn't actually mean to start the fight yet, but there's not that much that I've got to do, so it should be fine. First one's 116 XP, second one's 146, that should be more than enough. 32 into a 40 means that I just reduced it by 72. Shit. That's a problem. Okay, we're gonna do that. And then run for this and probably not make it. Shit. Yeah, it didn't work as well as I thought it would. I don't know why my character stopped running partway through that. I think that when Yama did one of his attacks, it actually, like, prevented my character from... Well, not prevented, but... interrupted my character's movement. But oh well. Not the end of the world. We got slapped with, like, 40 damage. Basically, that just cost me $2 grand. Happened again there, interestingly. I don't think I'd clicked, but I was reaching for a drink, so I wasn't paying that much attention. Ah, well. I really gotta get that timing better. Oh. You know, I'm actually curious about something now. If I click right when Yama speaks... You know what, I'm not going to mess around with it right now, but I think if I click and then Yama speaks a special attack into existence, it actually interrupts my movement right when it happens. But I could be wrong about that. I know it does for the fireball. Either way, we don't have to worry about the orbs now. Ah, it's a bit annoying. Okay. Probably didn't have to walk through them, but it's always fun too. And lead a sea turtle into a prey pot for the fun of it. Don't like to get comboed out with something stupid here. Like if that had have just managed to... Okay, well, the wave still got me. Alright, nice. I didn't think I got the thrall out there for a second. Okay, Yama started with magic. I still have no idea what dictates whether it starts with magic or ranger, but it always starts with magic, but I just happen to have my quick prayers on magic, so we'll just go with it. Okay, if I get lucky here, I should be done before I have to pray pot. Probably could have just turned off offensive prayers, but nah, I'll chance it. That felt pretty quick for a solo. 623. Some more dragon plate legs. Kind of a kick in the face, but at least I didn't lose money that run. It's a lot better than getting 40 rubies or diamonds or anything else like that. I will say it's a little less annoying than Phantom Musfa's final phase as far as things that I've fought a reasonable amount of. For some reason, the Muspel's final phase just annoys the ever-loving crap out of me to actually deal with these days, having to switch smite back and forth, and hoping for a spec to make sure that it goes a lot faster, and... It's just so much extra effort and extra, like, RNG for no reason. Whereas on the end of this one, as long as you're playing it right, now that I understand everything that's happening, it's not too bad, but my god, there's so much happening. Especially on solos, because you always end up getting to that point where you have both the wave skip and the orbs coming at you at the same time. So, let me think about this. What all is even happening? So, you've got an alternating prayer attack, so you've got to keep an eye on Yama himself. You've got the overhead ball attack, which speeds up your attack, so you've got to kind of keep track of clicking on Yama every other attack. You've got to keep an eye out for getting behind on those orb attacks. Why am I on the wrong... Yeah, we're just... I don't know what's wrong with me today. I'm just gonna call that a mulligan. I don't know what the hell I was doing that round, but... I, for some reason, purging staff spec instead of Eye of Yak spec, and then switched to the Eye of Yak and just used a normal attack. This world, though, is getting kind of weird. I'm gonna switch to 420. I feel like this one's kind of not doing so great today. Hey, look at that. Other people are here doing the exact same thing. And another one. Imagine Yama's probably a pretty popular boss right about now. Based on the OSRS Wiki's guide for this, let's see. I feel like it's probably pretty close for Yama solos. I was getting 7.5 an hour, which... Honestly, the Tubican's shadow charge cost is about the same as the cost of using this thing with Dark Demon Bane, by the looks of it. If anything, it might actually cost a little less to use the shadow, so it looks like about 4.87 mil an hour, if we include the Oathplate stuff, if I'm on average for it. So that's not too bad. That's actually a little bit better than my usual Vorkath routine if I need to make a little bit of money, so... Mind you, without Oathplate, that's a lot worse than that, but that's fine. Okay, we kind of whiffed both of those a little bit. We got an 8 into an 18, but it's better than nothing. 26 out of a possible 60. Probably going to throw another Eye of Yak spec at some point in that case. I'll Death Charge now, because I have a feeling this is probably going to be orbs. With my luck. No? I'm actually not entirely sure if there's something that dictates whether it's going to be orbs or not, so I'm going to try to keep track of a couple of things. For example, it was Prey Range or Fire Glyph or Orange or whatever you want to call it on the north side this time. So I'm curious to see if that maybe is the indicator as to what the final phase is going to be. Because if it uses a range attack as the first attack on the final phase, then I don't know. I don't know if that indicates it, if it's always Mage or what. One of those things I should probably have been paying more attention to. Why am I hitting a max on a... what the fuck? That just said I hit a maximum 41. What is wrong right now? I'm leaving. Like, something is fucked up. I have 11.5 minutes on Mark of Darkness. Why was I max hitting a 41? I should be max hitting double that. Okay. The only assumption that I can make is that maybe Mark of Darkness is this timer might be glitching out, and maybe it wasn't really up. So I'm gonna recast that now. It might have seemed like overkill to teleport out, but I wouldn't have had time to deal with the orbs, and by the time that hopefully that fixes it, unless it was something else. This is none of this is degradable, is it? Doesn't look like it. Okay, that was really weird. Timer said 11.5 minutes on it, so maybe the Runelight timer just busted itself. Let's try that again. Oof. Okay, kind of low hits, but not the end of the world. Looks like we're okay. 60. We're back. That's the only thing that it could have been is Mark of Darkness screwed up. What I have a sneaking suspicion of is maybe I switched to the Eye of a Yak for some reason, right at the moment that I had Mark of Darkness. And maybe it only gave me the, like, 3-minute timer of it or something. I don't even know. Alright. Well, we managed to roll the exact same start for Yama, if nothing else, so it's orange on the north side this time. I'm actually curious if that has any bearing on round 2 as well. I never pay any attention to, you know, things like that from the first round. I just take a look at it when I get there the next time. Maybe it'll always be purple, maybe it'll always be orange. Like, maybe it'll always be the opposite or always the same, I'm really not sure. I do feel like I need maybe one more switch here, just to get my damage up on melee. Okay, well, whoops. That should do it. Unfortunately, I sold my necklace, and my glory is only like 6 strength or something. I actually think an Amulet of Power might be... hilarious as it sounds, it might be the better option. Can't remember what it gives, if it's... it might be 8 or 10? You know what, my Dragon Bone necklace probably would be the best option. Or my Bone Crusher necklace, because I think it's got 10. I think it's like less than a Zenite, but more than, you know, what you would expect. Anyway, we'll have to look through the bank a little bit for that. Oh, come on now. That's not going to be in time, is it? Oof, that's getting close. No, last tick. Okay, I didn't get hit by that. Wasn't sure. Come on. Okay, couldn't quite make the wave skip, but we got there at least. Gonna double eat because I don't like being low here. Alright, let's go play some demonic hopscotch. Come on, Yama. No, you're gonna make me do this bullshit, are you? Only had to skip one. Come on. Yeah, if I could do just a little more damage, 7 is what it ended up with. That's not a lot. Especially if I'm praying and using a strength pot, I might be able to get away with that. Okay, so it did start with Mage still here. Interesting. Maybe it just always does. I guess that's the thing to pay attention to, is does it ever actually start with range here? So I'm pretty sure it has. I'm just not completely sure. Uh-oh. Okay, that could have gone a lot better. That's going to be a Mage hit off prayer. And we're just going to ignore that. Okay, getting easier every time. I could probably just ignore these, but I just don't trust it. It's not worth losing 5 or 6 minutes for a couple of seconds extra. Disappointing. You know how many wild pies I've gotten at Yama so far? 42. And 55 pizzas. And 12 super combats. And 30 super restores and 24 prey pots. Like, it's actually given me so many supply drops that it's actually starting to, I guess, to add up. I mean, I can just use this prey potion on all these 3, drop this on the ground, and then move that to there, and technically I don't have to grab anymore. But it's just, I don't know. I feel like I hit that drop table way too often. Whoops. Anyway, back we go. Ooh, nice. Starting with a big hit. So we got a 35 into a 37. Nice. 72. Will not be needing Augury for this fight. The one time I use it, I miss. You kidding me? Just my luck. Okay, so we got orbs. Gotta remember to death charge. So that the second one gives me a very slightly attack back on Yama. I don't have to, but it's fun to do anyways. I've now got 50% spec and not a goddamn thing to do with it. Phase 1 down. Ah, crap, I forgot to look for a necklace after that last run. Oh well. After this one, I'll probably remember. I'm feeling good about this kill. I'm not thinking anything like Oathplate, but maybe a dossier would be nice. Something that isn't a restock on supplies would be nice. You know what? I'm going all the way over. Don't feel like being that close. Oh, don't tell me it's gonna be orbs. Okay. Alright, I guess we're going down after all. Actually, I'm not sure when that one regenerated. I might have been okay. Anyway. Let's try not to get hit by that. Nice. Gonna go for a bit of a walk on this one thanks to my screwing around, but it should be just fine. Well, I dodged one somehow. Finally. Enough indeed. Okay, that was interesting. Just game went completely unresponsive for a minute there. Always good to see. At least it was during this phase. That would have been really bad otherwise. Alright. Gonna combo eat and then spam this and see if I can get it. Yep. Gotta get my gear on. Probably gonna cast that based on how that lag just went. And let's see, is it gonna be the mage attack first? It isn't. Okay, interesting. That time it was the little shadow flick. Not sure how I feel about that. That means that I have to actually pay attention to the first attack here if I don't want to potentially lose the Shadow Dancer one. Or I guess if I do this with duos in the future, I'll basically want to... Uh-oh. Free prey range coming into this room. Alright, that didn't go too badly. Let's see how this part goes. That felt good. Got the prayer switched in time, didn't screw up that click. Nice. Now we got the double waves. And we might not even have to deal with the first ball spec here at this rate. Jesus, that was like turbo mode. I mean, the start of the fight wasn't super fast, but the bottom half of that was That went well. Diabolical worms, though. 195k. You know, it's 10 prayer. For some reason I thought this was 10 melee strength. Of course it's not. Ooh. I've got a glory, but I think... Is it a strength amulet? What's the... Yeah, strength plus 10. The hilarious thing is that's better than what a glory would be. And yeah, we're... It feels so gross. But we're rocking an amulet of strength for this. Okay. That might be enough of a max hit boost. So the goal is to get enough max hit where I can save myself an entire phase of the Judge of Yama. Obviously a Rancor would be better, obviously a Zenite necklace would be better, but it's not presently within the budget apparently. First Oathplate drop, that's probably the right thing to do, is to either replace the Rancor or at the very least just get this out of my inventory. But either way, we'll see what we can hit with it. Right now our max melee hit is a 35 against the Judge. I'm willing to go up to 4 items, but I don't really have it. I don't have like an Infernal Cape or anything really too decent. Ferocious Gloves would probably be the next option down. And I think that's 6, maybe 8. I can't remember. Ooh, big hit. And a complete miss. 41 though. Well, there goes the throw. I'm actually really anxious to see what this does. I'm thinking 38. Might be a 39. I'll re-strength bot when we get there. You're really gonna do this to me, huh? Just barely enough time to regen the spec to hit that first one with it. And be gone. Perfect. 64.2%. And we'll play a little demonic hopscotch or not. Get stuck. That's cool too. Shocked that didn't hit me. That did. It's at 39. Damn. Okay. Although that is depending on actually getting the three-way switch down, right? There we go. I'll have to get used to that. Round 2. Alright, is it orbs or is it... no. Okay. Umbral Blurbular. Oh, don't run back into the wave. Okay. I was at least invulnerable to it still. That was, that would have been really unfortunate. Oops. Perfect. Don't even have to deal with the orbs that he was about to summon. 31 point something %. So we're gonna go those 3. Alright, here we go. We should be all set. So it's a 39 now into a 61. That feels a little bit better. As long as I can still get every other one of the fireballs under him, I think that should be enough to get it phased 1 sooner. That looks good. Yep, perfect. It's just if I can get that a little bit sooner, then it means that I don't take extra tick damage from whatever it is you actually take damage there from. I guess it's just from being in a weird lava area. Alright, it's probably gonna do the orbs now, right? Yep. So it just did the magic's attack, so I'm gonna double spec. Switch again. That should be this. Okay. As I say, it takes me a while to learn mechanics on bosses like this where there's this much going on at a time, but I think I'm finally getting the hang of this one after a couple hundred kills. Having the switch prayer during this really was beyond me for a long time. Like, I'm pretty sure I missed that one. Although it did hit a 0 on me, so I'm not entirely sure what happened there. I don't think we risk that. No idea what I'm praying right now, but I think I'm on the right one. I was not. There's 17, I'm just gonna eat that. Like I switched one game tick early and just took an 8 for no reason, but that's fine, that might have just been the tick damage. Ooh, that was a miss. I don't know if I had the wrong prayer up. Oh, I did too. Okay, now it's Mage. God damn. Getting my ass beat at the end here, but we did make it. That's why we bring combo food, so that we can get that 20k in smoke runes for shit's sakes. Yeah, I love losing 80k on a boss. Looking at my inventory, though, I felt like I got my ass beat a lot worse than I did. Like, we still had quite a bit of combo food and everything left over. I didn't even touch my anglerfish. I mean, as much as it does feel sensible to overheal in that fight, it feels kind of wasted a little bit with the Judge Yama part doing a bit of tick damage to you. But I do like to be as high as I can possibly be going into that last part in case things start to go south, because as soon as you get off tick, or at least for me, it can be really hard to recover. So coming into here, we're going to Mark of Darkness, cast whatever throw you like. I have a Yak spec, get that ready. Yeah. Spec number 1, decent. Spec number 2, less decent. So we get a 33 into like a 3, 2. I honestly might just sell the eye. I can just see it going way down in price over time. And I can't really tell if it's giving me much of a boost here. I think the first piece of Oathplate that I get from this point onwards, assuming I get another one in solos at some point, the first thing I'm probably going to do with it is sell the Eye of a Yak and then use that to buy the sigil to fortify my my offhand. It's not really worth doing, but at the same time it would be more worthwhile, I think, than the slight defense reduction. Probably be a full 2 max hits. Be at least 1 anyways. And I mean, even without using Augrium, this is fine. Like, it has such low magic defense that it's just irrelevant. And no Jagex, that isn't me asking you to raise the magic defense on Yama. They've pulled crap like that before, like 3 months after releasing a boss, and made it way too difficult for me to actually go and deal with. Not naming any particular boss names, though. Don't want to get shit on. Uh-oh. Speaking of, there goes 27 health. Okay, I guess we're not going to attack when I click attack. That's cool, too. Whatever, just eat them both. I'm actually a little shocked that I haven't even gotten a dossier yet. Alright, another 10% or so, and we'll be going into Hopscotch round 2. Less fortunate than I was hoping. So, of all the sort of combinations of things that can happen, that's the one that I haven't really figured out how to avoid both the waves and the overhead attack. Not my best move there, but whatever. Should be phased any time now, so I'm just gonna eat. Really? We're gonna do this? Okay. I was gonna say I'd be shocked if I actually had to deal with these waves, but here we are. Oh, oops. Thought we were done. Oh well. Let's see, Crom 1, yeah, no, we're all set, so we'll just cast Ward of Arceus, because I don't trust myself after my last performance here. And it was the range attack to start with, so we're just going to eat that. Now we're all set. And I managed to not screw that up. Nice. Can I get both of these? Alright, I'm calling it. I'm at least getting better at this. I'm not saying that this is going to be a good drop, but I'm just saying I feel a lot better about this boss now than I used to. Still don't feel great about it, but a lot better than I did. Not about to try and do a solo Oathplate contract or something crazy like that, but I can at least bitch a little bit less about Yama now. I mean, I could. I probably won't, but I could. It is still kind of a ridiculous boss. I swear to God, I'm gonna go back in the stream at some point later on today, and I'm gonna look at how many, but I swear I've gotten like 1 in 3 of my kills this stream have been this bullshit. I'm gonna take a minute to restock and then go for another kill, obviously, but yeah, no, that's frustrating. It's frustrating that that would otherwise be a good drop. Like, as I say, I would really advocate for them removing the supply drops from solos. Or maybe I'm just really terrible and maybe some people that are doing solos are benefiting from some pineapple pizzas and prey pots and stuff, but I feel like there's no world where you're doing that faster than just going back to your player-owned house, re-upping your spec and just going from there. Anyway, I gotta pee, I'll be right back, then we'll hit some more Yama. Alright, let's get back to this. Why didn't I put any anglerfish in my inventory? I mean, I don't need them, but that's just very strange of me. Alright, I guess we're just not using those. Excuse me. Oof, low hit. So we got a 6 into a 28. Okay. It's no BGS, but it is nice to lower the magic defenses of things. Don't think I'm going to be able to kill this one in time. And I don't really feel like wasting the glyphs, so... awkward. There we go. Somehow that actually did kill it in time. That must have been right on the last tick. Weird, I don't know how I would describe this boss. It's not in any way a chill boss. But there are huge swaths of time where, like right now, for example, there's not really anything that I have to do. My prayers are protecting me, I can drink potions, I can do whatever. As long as I don't get hit by one of these fire waves, I'm fine, so I need to take one step forward. And we gotta deal with this shit now, so I can cast Death Charge if I want to. Didn't mean to spec that one right then, but it's too late now. Still ended up coming out of that positive. So I'm gonna throw one Eye of a Yak spec on this bastard. I got it just in time, because I'm now being kicked out of here. I didn't see what it hit, but I think he's probably just about maximum reduction. I'm really torn about what to do about my gear at this point, too. At one point I had kind of decided that I had a rule, where if I have a piece of BIS gear, then unless I absolutely have to, then I absolutely shouldn't sell it for any reason. Problem with that is that a lot of the time you'll end up buying something and it'll depreciate so far that no matter how much money you've made in that time, you've effectively lost bank value. It doesn't matter if you're never actually going to sell the item, but it does kind of become a problem if you decide to. So like, in the case of the Rancor, I'm not using it right now while I'm fighting this boss. If it drops 20 mil while I'm fighting Yama, then effectively holding on to it just lost me 20 mil. So in situations like that, I'm not really sure what to do. Like, I think realistically, unless I have all the 3 mega rare items and a decent set of armor to back them up, for now it makes a lot more sense to just sort of sell anything that I'm not actively using right at that moment. The problem with that is the gamble of will the items bounce back in price. With the recent bot busting, and how are we not phased? Come on. With the recent bot busting attempts, it looks like a lot of the prices of items have jumped back up a little bit, but a lot of things are at basically historical lows. Like, I was looking at Karambwan right now, they're at like 300 coins less than what I last had to buy them for, which is a little nutty. That should do it. Okay, so I'm finally getting to the point of the amount of DPS that I was hoping for in that phase. So I think a 3-way swap is the way to go there. Okay, we maxed to 67, beautiful. And it's going to start with a range attack, not ideal. Still have no way to figure out which one. I'm going to Google to see if there's any kind of an answer to that, because I have not figured out what the hell it is that triggers Yama to use, whether it's like going to start with a range attack or a mage attack, or if it's just you're expected to react to that. Because the problem is the first attack that Yama does against you is during this sort of BS. So if it is a reactionary thing, it feels like an unnecessarily difficult one. So I feel like it likely isn't. It's got to be some kind of a tell earlier on. Shit. Uh-oh. Didn't make that. Somehow made that? Not even gonna question it? We should be fine to get through this before the orbs, yep. A little bit of derping out at the end there, but we made it. 720. Enough Wrath runes to pay off the trip and then some. This whole stream I've used quite a lot of soul runes. Oof. 4,700? Yeah, 46, 52, 58. Yeah, so just in the soul runes, that's what Yama has cost me in 3 hours. So, be nice to get a piece of armor sometime today. I can't even really complain, because, I mean, obviously I've gotten some already, but would be nice to get some more. Force a habit to do that. I don't even know why I did. All it did was restore 1% run energy. I feel like a lot of people are going for Yama. Alright, so let's take a little walk over here and cast Mark of Darkness. Thrall, get ready with the magical BGS eyeball, Staff of Doom. And away we go. Nice, gigantic hit to start with. We got a possible max, 42, into a... You're kidding me, a 42 into a 42. Okay, Augury can just get turned off in that case. That's not going to be of any use to us. It's at 0 defense. 0 magic defense, Yama. Automatic Yama fight mode. Like, I could get through this whole fight without using Prey Pots if I wanted to, because, like, I can now basically just... You know, flick his, uh-oh, this is going to be a problem, but I could basically just flick his his attacks if I really wanted to. You know what, I'm just going to do this. I'll just do the wrong thing, okay? How about that? There, that'll be fine. Until it isn't. Might be taking a big hit on the next one, or maybe this will come back just in time. We're gonna find out. Oh, come on now. Bullshit. Okay, well, we'll double eat Thrall and stand next to this and just basically pray that it comes back in time, I guess. And if it doesn't, well, there's Ward of Arceus just for the hell of it. Do we get it? No, how far off was it? 2, 3, solid 5 seconds? Yeah, it was way late. Okay. Is it coming back or what? There we go. There have been times that I've managed to... Oh, come the fuck on. Why did that take so long? There's been times that I've been able to do that and actually have that work out, so... I've managed to screw this one up badly enough now, though, that I might need to just mulligan this Yama. I think we're honestly fine, but that's been, by a huge margin, the roughest start to a Yama that I've had so far. Alright, full HP, just about full prayer, enough screwing around. We'll try and do this right this time. It'll be the giant meatball. Send me the sun. So much for I could do this whole fight without using a Prey Pot. Uses half my inventory of food in the first little chunk. Okay, I wasn't sure if that was going to work or not. It did not. That's fine though, the spec hit. Is that gonna kill me, or is that... Okay. I was gonna say, is that gonna be too early? So it felt a little bit early on the meatball. We have used way more food than I was hoping we had. I think we just sea turtle all the way back to 97 here. I mean, realistically, that should be more than enough food as long as I don't keep screwing things up, but that seems like a big ask on this round. Okay, nice. Oh, don't. Okay. You bastard. Okay. Oh, we're just gonna step over here and reset. This is fine. Okay. Forgot the strength pot. It's fine. Okay, going into the last phase, we're gonna go ahead and spam Ward of Arceus because I've already screwed this fight up horribly. And hope that the first prey that it uses is Mage. It is, and I switched anyway and then just took a whole bunch of damage because I was going to try and switch to it if it had to use range. Everything went wrong for me. I did what's known to some as an advanced gamer move here and got my own ass beat, so never mind. We got one anglerfish left. I might as well just eat it the next time that I get a chance. But we might be okay. Okay, I think we're fine. That was what I was worried about. Switch the prayer. Move, damn you. Yeah, we're not risking that. Not at that much health left. And we'll just angler into that, because why the hell not? And that's kill number 183. Alright, you know what? I need the soul rune, so I'll take it. I'd love to say that put a dent in the number that I've used this stream, but we started with 16,000. That brought us from 11 to 12. Alright, this time I'm going to grab a strength pot. And what do I need? 3 anglers, a few wands, and a bunch of sea turds. Let's go again. So assuming this doesn't go quite as horribly wrong as that last fight does, usually I end up with half an inventory of food and 2 prey pots left. If anyone watching has any particular suggestions about what else I should be bringing with me in terms of affordable items, I'm open to suggestion. I don't know of any other thing that I could do to speed this up. There might be something for the Judge of Yama, like I've thought about maybe using something like Burning Claws. But I think only the first hit actually hits. So Ember Light's probably the best in slot for that. I'm not honestly sure about that, but problems for another time. Let's go for round 184. Oop. Got a little closer than I would have liked. First is a whip, second is a giant. 41. I'll take it. So it's currently at 19 magic defense, level 250 magic. So Augury really probably seems damn near pointless. But I will throw a death charge because I have a feeling that it's probably going to do the orbs here. Yep. We got on that immediately, so I don't have to worry about the timing of anything. And the death charge gives me 25% spec, so I can get back on Yama a little bit quicker. And we step on the glyph, we change the prayer, we run to the thing, we hit the button, and then we wait to have to do it all again. And somehow this occasionally makes us 90 mil. That's better, we're hitting up to a 39 now. I screwed up the timing of that, but that should do it. Oh, why did I do that? I was looking at my prayer and thinking I needed health. I just combo weighted 103 HP, Jesus Christ. Alright, that's fine. Totally meant to do that. Are we dealing with orbs again, or are we getting... yeah, orbs. Really didn't mean to drag him that far, but that's okay. Perfect. Okay, should phase any second now. Any second now. There we go. Jesus Christ. That couldn't have gone worse. Okay, so it is just better to move the hell out of the way of that and just pray something and hope for it, I think. So any time that I've tried to switch prayers in that phase, I just end up taking damage from both things. I'm sure that a better player could do it, but that's beyond my skill level at this point. Well, that's fine. We're getting kills, so it doesn't really... I don't need to get especially better at some little insignificant part of it, like potentially having to heal the first hit, you know? Especially if I can manage to pre-pot the anglerfish at the right time. I think we go for this. I think we go for these, never mind. I chickened out. I don't know what the hell it's praying right now, but okay, that was Mage, so should be range next. Hopefully that got him. Yep, that did it. Damn, that's actually a really good drop. That's like 2.5 mil. I mean, it's not great, but it's a whole lot better than it could have been. Where are we going here? Prey pots. Don't know what happened to my super strength. I had one in my inventory a moment ago. I must have banked it while I was dicking around here. And a bunch of sea turtles. So, am I hallucinating, or did sea turtles used to heal 20 and now they heal 21? So I'm fairly confident they didn't heal 21 before. But I noticed that on a previous fight here in... One second. Osrs sea turtle. Have a real quick look at the wiki on these. The only changelog on the wiki says the value was changed from 500 to 200. And the only item source that these drop from, apparently cooked, is the Leviathan, which is interesting. Huh. Okay, I guess it always was 21. Never mind then. Anyway, go ahead and get started with the next fight here. Go ahead and Mark of Darkness. Welcome back, Boom. You just missed a forgotten lockbox that had 14 Oathplate shards worth about 2.6 mil in it. So, not an amazing drop, but definitely not a bad one. Nice, we just maxed it with the Mage BGS into a 33, so we lowered its defense by 77. So I don't think we're going to bother with Augury for this fight. So I did miss that attack, so this is going to double roll accuracy, and it's super unlikely to miss. Are Moonlight Antelope the ones that heal a little bit, but then some of it's like 16 HP, but then they heal like 8 or 10 HP over time? Is that the one you're talking about? They end up healing like 24 HP per inventory slot or something like that? There was a very brief period of time that I had been using them not long after they came out, but the price spiked after everyone kind of realized how inventory efficient they actually are. And then I'd stopped using them and sold the stack that I had for like 8 times what I'd paid for it, so... Oh Jesus, why did I do that? I just wasted that completely. That's fine. Maybe. Oh, don't you melee me, you sumbitch. Alright, so this is either fine or it's not fine. And that's going to be completely dependent on whether this respawns in time. So I'm just going to trust it. Yes, okay. Tick perfect, Yama. How do you like that, Boom? Done this a couple hundred times now. I know where the glyphs are and when they respawn just by heart. Yeah, so 26 total. That's more than these sea turtles by 5 per... Which would effectively save me 25% of the inventory space per item, but, like, is it worth doing that for healing over time? I don't know. If they cost less per individual, like, health healed, then I might go to them, I don't know. Either way. Let's go ahead and combo eat that, and probably eat an anglerfish into this one. And that's range. That can come off. Probably grab one of these and run here before he meatballs me to death. Beauty. Okay. Anyway, Boom, before you took off, I was asking you something and completely blanked on checking into it. Do you have any idea what the Skyblock update fan was on about was? The, something about, like, greenhouses or something? Shortly after he was talking about it, he was sort of raving and posting about the player numbers being really low. So I'm assuming it wasn't a well-received update just based on that, but you probably have played more Skyblock than I have if you're still looking for a game. I have a sneaking suspicion, though, that it's basically just farming minions 2.0. Because when was the last time anyone's used a wheat minion or something in that game? Oh, Jesus, okay. Well, I dodged some of that at least. Yeah, we're fine. %. Should be any time now. It's supposed to be around 33%. 32.5. I landed a 2, or possibly my minion did, or no, I don't have a throw out, never mind. Okay, I did that entire phase with my defender on by accident, so we're just not going to talk about that. Oh, really? That didn't actually kill you, huh? Well. Just gonna hope it's Mage first. And it is this time, and I screw up the shadows, but that's alright. Couldn't tell you, boom. I am now, I won't be later. Not about to say until I get a piece of Oathplate, because that could be 1,000 hours. Okay, that part stresses me out the most out of this fight. Just that whole... everything from the running back and forth where you have to deal with the orbs at the same time, all the way through to about now. Then it just sort of calms down again. You know what, we'll go for the double spec on this for the hell of it. Just feel safer if I do. And then we one-shot him with a 53, of course. You know, I'll take another 500 soul runes. I mean, it's not as nice as the 1,000 that dropped earlier, but I'll take it. Strangely, I think those are the first 2 soul rune drops that I've ever gotten here. Oh, okay, never mind. They don't show up here. But, oh no, I'm dumb. They're right here. I've gotten 3,600. I'm wrong. I was gonna say I don't particularly remember getting any. Ferocious... oh, damn, those are 14. Okay, we're gonna switch our plan of action here a little bit in terms of our gear. That should give me at least 1, probably 2 more max hits than what the necklace was. I'm thinking, do I buy a Yama setup now and do some... If you're gonna do Yama, especially with your gear setup, if you're gonna do Mage and hit, like, glyphs and, like, make sure people don't die, and get someone to do melee, I think you'd be better off. So yeah, I would say if you want to buy a Mage setup, go for it. If you're going to get something that's going to help out your partner quite a lot. Is it Soul Flame? Yeah, the Soul Flame Horn is like peanuts, basically, compared to all the other Yama drops. The table is kind of strange. If you hit the, like, Yama's uniques table, It is weighted at 2 out of 5 to give you a Soul Flame Horn, and then the other 3 pieces of armor are each 1 out of 5, for a total of 5. So I think a lot of people that just want the armor are getting tons of Soul Flame Horns and just kind of dumping them. Might be a good item to just kind of have, though. The spec on it's very interesting. Basically, if you use it within the proximity of another player, and it does require you to be within the proximity of another player, I think it guarantees that they hit, or like maybe it just guarantees that they hit like a higher number or something. Regardless, if someone's doing Yama with you, they're going to want you to Soul Flame Horn, and then they can you know, use the Maul from Chambers of Xeric and guarantee a big hit. You know, I'm not 100% sure how it works, but I'm fairly sure if I open my house to friends, then you can, like... I know you can use my house, but I'm not sure what amenities you can and can't use. You could probably use the ring. Whoops, wrong thing. That would have been bad. Okay, one of those missed, but that's fine. Because I think you can set it to be open to friends. I've done so little with the player-owned house thing that, like, mine is still set up from when I was just leveling it up to 86 for whatever the hell I leveled it up to 86 for. I guess I probably boosted to the pool from there. Wasn't exactly what I meant to do, but I'll take it. It's funny, I think I did like 6 levels of construction doing mythscapes, which was just like making a mythcape on my wall and then taking it off over and over and over again. Wouldn't recommend it, but at the time it was decent money to XP ratio and really fast. I'm assuming, based on your bank, that you did not get any luck at Corporeal Beast. You'll be probably unsurprised to know that I have 0 KC on Corp. Someday I'm gonna go through all the bosses and do like 100 KC at everything, maybe. Might even do them alphabetically when I decide to do that, but I've also kind of decided I might just wait and do them as Slayer tasks. If I ever get that far back into Slayer, so I don't know. I'm undecided on what to do that way, basically. So anyway, no idea why anyone really does Corp. It seems like a really giant pain in the ass boss where you've got to like find a world that doesn't have anyone on it, and then you've got to keep running back and forth to the spec pool in a house, and it's just, I don't know, it looks like it's just really a pain in the ass. Okay, somehow forgot the potion again. But even without that, we're doing a 37, it looks like. Not bad. And that finished it. Okay. Missed 2 out of 3. Damn. It's not bad. 13. And we'll throw that on. He's doing that bullshit. Okay. Yeah, it's a fun thing to do with a group, I guess, but at the same time, it's like, You would have to do so many KC to get anything out of it realistically. Unless you just get insanely lucky. It's one of those things where I'd be more willing to do it if there was some kind of drop protection on it, but sigils are just one of those, nah. If I was an Iron Man, I would give it a shot, just because it's the only way that they would have an opportunity to get it. But I'm not, so if I ever really needed an arcane anything, I would just buy the goddamn thing. Before I would ever try and grind it actually at Corp. That's one of those, like, no, kind of situations. For an Iron Man, though, I could totally see it. There's, like, a few different upgrades that would realistically get them. Like, one of them is one that I'm saving for right now for the Eladini's Ward Fortified. Okay, I'm not 1000% sure what the hell just hit me, but that's fine. Alright, final phase. Throw on Ward of Arceus just for the sake of it. Don't know what the hell is going on with my prayers right now. Could swear that I hit my auto prayers, but that may have actually somehow turned them off, so I'm just going to go ahead and eat a little bit. And, okay, so now it's on range. Should be fine. Instead of 67, goddamn. And another. Okay, here comes the bullshit. So it was a range attack. So we've got to switch during this nonsense to Mage for that attack. Then get back into position to do this. And then switch again. And do that again. Switch, and we're through. So next is going to be the orbs. And we're probably not going to want to risk this. Getting a little bit low on prayer, but if we get decent hits, it won't be a problem. It's a problem. Oh no. Oh, you bastard, you. That's fine. Actually, melee me and spawned an orb. That got a little scary. So yeah, the thing is, boom, if I die, it's minus 500k. And because I haven't hit Oathplate today, and the best drop that I've got was about 2.6 mil from the Oathplate shards, and everything else has been just like worms and catalysts and things like that. Let me grab a calculator here for 1 sec. So we're averaging 7.5 kills an hour at I'd say probably an average of like I've been getting kind of crap loot, to be honest. I feel like I'm averaging like 225k per kill. But at the same time, it's costing me somewhere around 125k, so that's like 100k-ish times about 3 hours plus 2.5 million drop. I don't know what the hell happened to my math there, but it got completely screwed up. So we're 750,000 times 3 plus 2.5 divided by... Yeah, so we're making maybe 750k an hour right now. Realistically, this isn't that much more, if at all, more profitable than me doing Toa. It's just different. Plus, with my luck at Toa being what it is, it feels a little bit better to be here. I'll bring 3 of those for the hell of it and a couple of these. So, weird looking inventory, but I'll take it. Yeah, I would 100% suggest Vorkath as a consistent moneymaker instead of Yama, because, like, 5 hours of Vorkath, you have a bond guaranteed. 5 hours of Yama, if you're not dying and you're maybe getting 5 kills an hour, you could have anywhere from 2.5 to 3 mil, maybe, if you don't get a good drop. I mean, if you do get a good drop, it's 90 mil, but the odds of it are not in your favor. If it's a 1 in 200 and you're probably averaging about 5 kills an hour, you can do the math on that one, that it's 40 hours per drop on average. That's not great. It's also not the brightest thing that I just forgot to prep before I just started this fight, but that's okay. At least we landed our specs. Wrong. There we go. Probably only going to do a couple more kills. What are we at? 186. I might go for 190. Well, that didn't go my way. Oh, Jesus. Get off of him. Actually impressed that I didn't get melee during that little, little Yama dance. Alright, let's do this. 4. Nice. I'm actually hitting a 40 now. That should be... yeah, sweet. So we're that much faster that I actually didn't really take much damage there at all. Alright, so a 3-way swap with a strength potion isn't completely ridiculous then. Not a bad choice after all, it seems. And are we dealing with orbs next? It's kinda looking that way, yeah. Shit. Got hit by one, but not the other, at least. I guess I probably could have death charged that, but that's fine. I don't really need spec for anything. Just mostly trying to get used to actually using it. Oh, you bastard. Both of them hit me. Okay, well. Way it goes. I mean, I just hit a 65, so I can't be too upset about it. Okay, no, I was thinking that was going to hit me, but it didn't. Should be going into the final phase here soon. Little demonic hopscotch game playing any second now. I'm going to go ahead and eat that because he should be phased. Anytime you want to go, Yama. There we go. Perfect. Should do it. Yep, 54. Perfect. Might as well drink a prey pot if I can, and I didn't get one in time, so we're going to Ward of Arceus, Thrall, might as well prey pot, and here we go. See how it goes. So it's starting with Mage, decent. First set of waves. Got him. Shouldn't need any more prey pots now. So yeah, first set of spec orbs. Whoa, where are we going? That should do it. I don't even like talking through that part at this point, but I made it. For now, it should be nice and easy. After this one will be spec orbs, I think. Yeah, here they are. Not even gonna risk it. It's actually gone quite a lot longer than I was expecting this fight too. I don't know what's going on here. Oh, I missed the prayer change. That's fine. Didn't screw that up at least. Oh, that one's too early. Just going for it. Alright. Had a couple of hiccups near the end, but we got there. All that for 300k. I mean, it's still better than the rubies and diamonds and stuff, but still. Do feel a little bit bad having sold my Vorkath setup thinking about it, because the Dragon Hunter Lance isn't exactly a cheap replacement. Or a cheap replaceable item, rather. But I guess I can always just buy another one if I have to. Yeah, I'm thinking 3 more and I'm probably done with this for tonight. If on 190 I end up getting a piece of Oathplate, obviously we'll go for back-to-back. But it doesn't generally go that way. Damn near on the pants, to be fair. It was like 3 kills apart, I think. But I feel I may have used all of my RNG up on that, so we'll see how this goes. Got 41 into a 0. Interesting. Uh-oh. Feels like it's gonna be orbs. Yep. So we precast Death Charge, so that puts me to 25. Which means I can get Yama back after I hit this one. There we go. Nice, 41. There we go. Fully reduced Yama. And that's phase 1. That felt really clean. Oops. I don't know if I like Yama or hate Yama yet, but I will say it's a little less brain dead than Vorkath, so it does feel good to be a little more involved in the boss fight. But at the same time, a lot of it is just like, go stand at a glyph and hit him 6 times and wait for the stuff to happen around you. Nice. And now I don't need to engage too much more, I can just kind of hang out. I feel like I might be eventually willing to do some of the contracts. But I feel like the ones that are profitable are probably like a little harder than what's reasonable. I watched a YouTube video of somebody doing the contract of Oathplate acquisition, and that's going to be out of my league forever. Basically. But I think maybe the shard acquisition one might be doable. Didn't look too bad. Also the fact that it can be done duo, I think. Just gonna go ahead and step under for that swap. Okay, there we go. Not the best at getting that first swap in. Well, that's not good. There we go. Now, did I get lucky? No, I didn't. Get to eat a ranged hit. I'll probably figure it out after 1000 KC what the hell it actually is that dictates the first attack on phase 3, but I wouldn't even be that surprised if it is just random and you're just supposed to react to it if you don't want to take the damage. Shit, that was way early. Another one bites of dust. And my patience gone. My patience gone. 172k, that's a little bit rough. But it's not a supply drop, so... I'll take any Yama kill that ends up with me in the green. Which unfortunately is not all of them. Why do I keep banking the super strength potions that I'm bringing? Wait, did I use anything other than anglerfish? Oh, weird. I guess I didn't. Okay, I didn't really pay attention to what I ate that round, but that must have been very weird. Yeah, anyway, that's number 188. We'll go for 190 today. Probably do some duos off stream. Obviously my 304 PB is a duo. And maybe during those if I'm reconnecting. Intriguing. I think I'll wait at Yama for a moment here. Now it's saying reconnected. I don't know really what just happened, but given that my internet's fine, I'm still connected, I'm still in the Yama instance that I was just in, I'm gonna blame YouTube for that one. That wasn't my fault. Not it. Alright, really solid double Eye of a Yonk spec. Then we just sit here for 4 attacks doing nothing. There we go. I'll hedge my bets and assume that it's going to be orbs first. Oh, from that side, huh? A little bit late for the second thrall, but that's fine. You never know, we might roll like 10 low hits in a row or something. I say that, and then I hit a 10 into a 60. Decent. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna have too much trouble phasing this one nice and quick. Oh, that's not where I want to be. I learned the hard way that you absolutely can be meleeed diagonally off of that corner. Like I ate like a 42 or something like that. The day that I accidentally learned that. Didn't die from it, but damn near. I was doing this as a duo with one of my moderators and Yeah, it didn't go so well. Oops, wrong prayer. Orbs again, I'm guessing? Yep. Go ahead and death charge for the hell of it. Or don't attack it, that's cool too. There's no way in hell I've got time for this now, right? I guess we eat some damage here. 22, not terrible. The thing is, the glyph attack thing probably hit me a lot harder if I hadn't have stepped on that. I could have probably made it to one of these ones in time, but I just got lazy. Uh-oh. Not the best, but this is okay. What are we, 37% and I'm throwing. Yep, really need to get those out faster. There's no way in hell I end up needing this orange glyph, but... Yep, there we go. Okay, I messed up that switch a little bit. Should be a 40. Beautiful. Okay, going into the last phase, I think. Or am I crazy? No, this is the last phase. Okay, is this orbs? I think this is orbs, right? Yeah. Alright, made it back to home in time. And that's looking pretty easy. Just maxed to 67, goddamn. Too early. Yep. Wrong prayer, but that only hit me a 6. Could have been a lot worse. And we should be done any second here. More soul runes. Okay. We've gotten like 2,500 or something this stream. So I've used somewhere around 6,000 soul runes, almost 7,000 soul runes this stream. Alright, this is going to be my last kill for this night anyways. I'll probably come back and mess up Yama another day, maybe do some duos with viewers if we ever end up getting some viewers that are actually around for it. Maybe I'll schedule some sort of weekly RuneScape stream someday, or maybe I'll just keep talking about that for the next 10 years. We'll see. In either case, let's send one more Yama and try not to screw it up. I haven't died yet today. It'd be really bad to die on the last one. Be really sweet to get Oathplate though and have to do 191. But we'll see. Okay, good first hit. It's a 13 into a miss. We're not gonna end on that. I love that I can hear the projectile land after I've gotten into my house from the shadow attack that it just did as I was leaving. It's perfect. Alright. We'll do a do-over for that spec because I just don't feel good about ending on one where we've missed. Just feels wrong. Okay, that'll do it. 44, max hit. Into a 9. So 53 out of a possible 60. Absolutely willing to take that. So while I was learning Yama, it didn't really occur to me how little Augury was doing. And I just left it on for this entire phase. And I would bring 5 Prey Pots into this, and man, I would use like 3+ per fight. I did 30 fights in a row without using any offensive prayers whatsoever, and it did not affect my kill time, my solo kill time basically at all. What did affect my solo kill time was being a little bit more sensible and just using Piety during the Judge of Yama part. Because any amount that I can speed that up is not only less tick damage that I can't avoid, because you take damage just being in there too long, it's also less time wasted just sitting at the Judge of Yama dealing damage to it instead of actually fighting Yama. So, I'm going to run all the bloody way over to here because I feel like it. So it's going to be orbs, this is probably orbs, but it's going to likely phase before we get to the orbs. I'm not really sure how this is going to go. Yeah, this is definitely orbs. But it's so late that I've actually got a spec for this. Which means I can speed my way through it like that. And get 2 full attacks before I've got to do this. Okay, so we should phase him on the orange tile. Drink a Prey Pot. 12 seconds on the Thrall still even. Decent. This timed out nice. Round 1 done. Not a whole lot to say about this after doing this for 4 hours, but you never know. We might get a good drop. Best I've seen today was 2.5 mil in Oathplate shards. But the other day I did get an Oathplate acquisition contract worth 6 mil. That was kind of nice. Perfect. I was really hoping I wasn't gonna have to do that. Words. I was really hoping that I wouldn't have to do the orb spec one more time there. Apparently so much so that it caused me to have a stroke. Should be phased here. It's gonna summon orbs, but like, I'm not dealing with that. Alright, here we go. Ward of Arceus. Summon a Thrall. Get on him. Might as well use a Prey Pot. Okay, gonna need a Hope and a Prayer to not screw that one up, apparently. Oh, it was early. Whoops. Okay, that was the Mage attack. Alright, this is the balls and the waves at the same time, so we've got to switch now. Jesus Christ, okay, there we go. I got a little more hectic than I was hoping it would. Spec time. Be with you in a sec. Okay, so that was Mage, so that's range. Shit, that was one tick too early. I think it just used Mage. Yep. See the chat moving, but there's no way in hell I'm looking away right now during this fight. Not with how that was starting to go. Okay, there's 190. And that's a really lame drop to end on, but that's fine. It is what it is. Boom, you've been asking me what you work for 2 months in this game. If you can't figure it out on your own, I'm sorry, but this isn't the game for you. A huge portion of the enjoyment of RuneScape is figuring out what to do. And if you can't figure out what to do, there are intensely detailed written guides for every and any activity in the game, broken down right into the odds of how, you know, how things are going to roll for you in terms of their drops, how long it's going to take you to do them, what it's going to take to do them, etc., etc. If you want something to work towards, you just said that you're going to work towards a Vorkath setup, so I'm assuming that you're probably starting with like BGS, Blowpipe, Ranged Void, and then working on that until you can get a Dragon Hunter crossbow and a ward, so that's going to be like 60 mil, so that alone is going to be like 30 hours, plus whatever it takes to afford a bond in your case is probably going to be another 8 hours or so of Vorkath. So you've got the next 30 hours of gameplay plotted out, and at that point you can then use that to make you more money, or you could sell the 60 mil Dragon Hunter crossbow and the 14 mil ward. Or I think it's down to 48 and 12 or 14 mil now. It's like 60 total. You could sell that setup for a Yama setup. I mean, you could use something else. You could save up for a Bofa setup that's good for a ton of bosses. You could sort of get a secondary synapse and either use it as a purging staff or a scorching bow. The scorching bow is ridiculous at Krill. Bonus points if you can get a Slayer task for Krill, then yeah, you just snipe Krill with the scorching bow. All the drops are basically worthless now because it's so easy to farm, but you know. Million different options, and only you can really decide which one you want to go with. Side note, I really like the blue recolor on the fire-making pet. That looks sick. Anyway, I'm going to take off. I did not have the greatest of Yama luck, but I'm up to 123 mil in total loot from Yama and 94 mil from the Forgotten Lockbox, and somehow we didn't get a single dossier this whole stream. But I'm at about 10 mil in dossiers so far in 190 KC, and as I mentioned before, both of the legs were in a duo, so minus 90 mil from that total in terms of what I've made from Yama, and it's about 125k per kill, and that's 174 kills there, so it's like 23 mil less than what that is, so it's closer to 100 mil profit at Yama so far. Anyway, I'm gonna take off, and maybe see you next time. Have fun.